we think because they have all these conditions. I look at the whole point of it. I don't know. I see we're on just because they have conditions. I look at the whole point of it.
We're going to go ahead and call the October 13th, 2021 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. Would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Chairperson Jacks,
Here.
Commissioner Barlow, Commissioner Kelly,
Here.
Commissioner Hassett,
Here.
Commissioner Meal, Commissioner Martin,
Here.
Commissioner Abbott,
Here.
Commissioner Alexander,
Here.
Commissioner Morse, Vice Chair Gillette.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Please go ahead with the automated announcement message.
Anyone who has not signed in, please do so at the table located in the lobby. Should anyone wish to speak, please complete a request to speak form, which is also located on the lobby table next to the sign-in sheet. A request to speak form must be completed for each item you would like to speak on. Please note, there are stairs on the right, left, and center aisles, and we ask that you use caution when using the stairs. There is also a ramp located to the audience's left. If anyone has written comments, exhibits, petitions, photos, or letters they intend to present at today's meeting, have 17 copies and give them to a staff member at the back of the auditorium. Staff member, please hold up your hand for the audience. If you do not have 17 copies, you may use the overhead camera to present your documents. Please place your documents on the podium and line it up with the arrows indicated. If you want your documentation to go on record, you must hand them to the clerk after your presentation with the agenda item number clearly marked on the documentation. Members of the public cannot speak to staff members that are seated at the tables with microphones during the meeting. If you have questions, please see the staff member located in the back of the auditorium. All speakers will be limited to 2 minutes to make their presentation statements. Everyone, please turn off all cell phones or place them on vibrate during the meeting. If you must take a call, please leave the meeting area and go outside to have your conversation. We also ask the audience to refrain from talking with one another during the presentations and discussions. Today, the Planning and Zoning Commission will hear public testimony and then forward a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Everyone attending the meeting is asked to remember that the administrative building and campus are tobacco-free areas, which means no smoking is allowed from curb to curb. No food or drinks are allowed in the auditorium except for bottled water. If there are any items remaining on the agenda, the commission will break for lunch for 1 hour per the chairman's discretion.
The items with a recommendation made by the commission will be heard by the Board of Supervisors on Monday, December 6, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. in the same location, with the exception of any continued items. The minutes for the October 13th, 2021 are continued to the December 8th, 2021 meeting. As you can see, we have a large number of people attending today's presentations. We ask that you keep your comments to 2 minutes. We're going to be rather insistent about that, so 2 minutes, please. That moves us to item 1, reported by Matthew Gunderson.
Item number 1 is an evaluation of a request for a special use permit for a portion of assessor's parcel number 402-77015B to allow for an electrical substation in a C2H highway commercial zone in the scenic vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
We will open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present today? Yes. Would you care to speak on the item? Give us your name and address, please.
Thank you. Russell Condi, Dixie Power, St. George, Utah. Do you need the full address? 3071 South River Road.
Thank you.
St. George, thank you. I just spoke with Michael T. Black. He's the owner of the property. The property was just recorded last Thursday, splitting up the parcels so that there is a parcel which will be E on that, on 15 in Scenic. So that property is ready. We've got an agreement with Michael Black to purchase that property, and will be a substation, electrical substation, 12.5 to 7200 substation. We received approval from the county to run transmission, upgrade our existing facilities across the river. The existing line is a very small distribution feeder line that is overloaded, and this substation will provide the ability to feed 4 different directions, having increased reliability and the ability to continue to serve the growth that's taking place out in the scenic area. The substation's designed and ready to start. We're just finishing the grading permit that should be submitted and updated shortly to address the conditions that were a part of the recommendation. Any questions, brothers and sisters, gentlemen?
Any commissioner questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to speak on item 1? Hearing and seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time? Chair will now call for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve item 1.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 2 by Alexander Boland.
Item 2 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of a portion of assessor's parcel number 402-30026 from an AR agricultural residential zone to a C2H highway commercial zone to allow for the development of a gas station and travel center in the Littlefield vicinity. Staff has received 2 letters of opposition and 4 letters in support. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present? Do you wish to speak on it?
Are there any comments from the public?
Okay.
I wonder if anyone else wanted to speak on this, Mr. Chairman?
We do have a person wishing to speak on it.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if you wanted me to hold my comments till now or later. I'm happy to speak now. Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Tackett Hicks. I'm acting as the owner and the developer's agent in this issue. We feel really good about this project. It is a TA truck travel center for this location. It matches 100% with the Virgin area plan document, which does show commercial all along here. I don't know if you have a map of that, Alex, that shows the area plan designations for this general plan to show them. Okay, well, if we can show it up on top, I think it would be helpful. No, the area plan for this, the general plan designations for the site? Not that one. Oh, they don't have it. Okay, well, I had it in my file. Anyways.
One, excuse me, on my map, what shows the best is the right-of-way map, shows I-15 running right alongside that.
Yeah.
I believe I'm correct.
So, yeah, I-15, this is fronting I-15. Actually, it fronts Rincon Road, which is a Mojave County maintained roadway for this. So I think everything matches. It matches the general plan, matches the area plan. This entire intersection, north, south, east, west, is identified in those plans for commercial development, so we fit right in. The TA Center is designed to have a commercial store. It'll also have a Del Taco and a Burger King. We've already met with the county on this, Steve Otoski in Public Works, to make sure we were online with our right-of-way requirements and some potential improvements to Rincon to get up to the interchange. I am aware that residents to the north of this and the Virgin Acres development up north are trying to take action to improve that road, which is along the west side of this project. So I guess in regards to that, I would say that this project would be required to fully develop Virgin Acres Boulevard right there, which is going to be helpful to that group for the first. We have 950 foot of frontage, so about the first 1,000 feet of that road will be fully developed as a part of this project. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions? No. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
We have a Mr. Jeff Howard wishing to speak on this item.
Good morning. I do have that zoning overlay map if you would like to see it. I don't know how to give it. Thank you. The red portion shows the overlay for the commercial, and this gray portion right here is the proposed site. The rest of this is the owner's land, all of it, and this is all zoned for residential, not zoned for, overlaid for residential, which is actually our goal for this area, is to get this developed to residential and sell to a residential builder. I just have a quick letter to read from the owner of the land. Dear Mojave Commissioners and loyal local property owners, we're very pleased that the franchisee for Travel Centers of America has chosen to locate a travel center in the portion of our property in Beaver Dam. Beaver Dam and Littlefield, although purported to be the location of the first settlement of pioneers in Arizona, have been slow to develop for the past 180 years. Progress and development are now coming to the area, and Travel Center's RV stop will set the bar for more quality development to come. The Travel Center will help the local area by providing jobs and tax revenue for the local schools, fire department, and police. Rincon Road will be improved to county standards, as well as a sizable portion of Virgin Acres Boulevard. This first-class development will provide a convenience store and fuel for the locals and travelers. The closest residence to the site on the Beaver Dam side of the I-15 freeway will be in Virgin Acres, over 1 mile away. Yet the residents of Virgin Acres will benefit from their access road improvements and services offered by the store. We ask that you approve the rezone of this 21-acre portion of the 1,128-acre parcel, and thereby set the standard for future high-quality development in the Beaver Dam, Littlefield area. Yours truly, Jack Riley. I just wanted to comment one thing personally. Right now, the U.S. has a shortage of affordable housing, and this residential portion here is being sold for about 1/10 of what you can buy land for in Las Vegas, St. George, or Phoenix. And our goal is to bring affordable housing to the region and a little extra services. As you know, services and residential sort of grow in tandem. And we're asking you to approve what's already planned by the fathers for commercial. So thank you for your time.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any others wishing to speak on item number 2? Hearing or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time? Okay, the chair will now call for a motion on item 2.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve item number 2.
Second.
With the
Sorry.
usual recommendations from the staff.
Got a motion by Commissioner Gillette. Second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Martin.
Yeah, I did that, you know. There it is.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we go back to it? Okay. We have a person wishing to speak, takes us back to item number 1. Lorraine? Name and address, please.
Good morning. I'd like to say something in, as a public concern. My name is Lorraine Catney. I have a question in regards to, there was a sign close to our area where we live in Yucca, Arizona. It's 19310 South Road, Rogers, and there was a project, I guess it was being maybe planned. We live close to Sundown and Gene Autry. I believe that was the area where we seen a notice. And which of the item on the agenda would that questions of concern would be? I just put number 1 on the form because I wasn't too sure which category it was supposed to be. I'll be asking questions about on your agenda.
So the item that you would like is item 11A and 11B?
11A?
Yes, not item number 1.
Okay. And it'll be 11B. Okay, I just need to clarify that too. I'll just put number 1 on there.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and put that into the 11A, 11B so you can speak.
Thank you
okay?
for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how a statement needs, it might help this whole situation for the public. This board up here is for the use of the land and the zoning of the land, not for your personal preferences. Just as long as you understand that, if and when this doesn't pass to your liking, talk to your county supervisor. That's the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Gillette and a second by Commissioner Martin on item number 2, and we took a vote. Everybody approved the item, so we are finished with item number 2. Moving on with item number 3 by Alexandra Bolin.
Item 3 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 402-14066 from an AR-4A agricultural residential 4-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR agricultural residential zone to bring the property into compliance in the scenic vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
We will open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present for item number 3? I don't see any applicant here. So we will move to Anthony Gill, wishes to speak on this item. Anthony?
This is a mistake. I didn't get a form yet. I wish to speak on number 6. It was quite busy up there when we were being handed.
Number 6?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, I'll change that
You can
to,
go out and fill out a form, and then they'll bring it down.
Okay, thank you.
all right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 3? Okay, hearing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners' questions or comments on item 3?
I make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner Abbott. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Meal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 4A, reported by Matthew Gunderson.
Item number 4A is an evaluation of a request for a rescission of Board of Supervisors Resolution 2013-005 and BOS Resolution 2006-255, causing the property to revert from the proposed C2H Highway Commercial and SDCRE Special Development Commercial Recreation Zones back to the previous AR Agricultural Residential Zone, having not met the conditions of approval in the scenic vicinity. The parcel was first conditionally rezoned in May of 2006 from an AR zone to an RO, a single-family residential zone, to allow for a subdivision. The conditions of this resolution were never met, and then in 2013, a new rezone was done which conditionally approved a rezone from that proposed RO to a C2H Highway Commercial and an SDCRE Special Development Commercial Recreation Zone to allow for an RV subdivision. One of the conditions of approval of the rezone was the recording of a final plat. As of this date, these conditions of approval have not been met. Staff recommends that BOS Resolution number 2013-005 and BOS Resolution number 2006-255 be rescinded, and the property will revert to an AR Agricultural Residential Zone.
Thank you. Open up a public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on item 4A? No hearing or seeing none. Close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments on 4A? Chair will now call for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item 4A with staff recommendations.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving forward with item 4B, Matthew Gunderson.
Item number 4B is an evaluation of a request for a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 402-42014 to allow for a recreational vehicle park in an AR agricultural residential zone in the scenic vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Opening up the public hearing, do we have anyone wishing to speak on 4B? Is the applicant available for 4B? Okay, hearing or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments on item 4B? No. Okay, Chair will now call for a motion for item 4B.
I'll move to approve item 4B according to staff recommendations.
Have a motion by Commissioner Alexander. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Martin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item number 5 by Alexander Boland.
Item 5 is an evaluation of a request for a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 402-32042 to allow for 4 billboards in a C2H highway commercial zone in the Littlefield vicinity. Staff has received 17 opposition letters, and staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay. Opening up the public hearing. Is the applicant available? Yes, would you care to come speak on the item?
Good morning. My name is Braden Saunders. I'm with Yesco Outdoor Media. We are the applicant for the off-premise signage on this property. We're located up in Salt Lake. Our address is 1605 South Gramercy Road, Salt Lake, Utah. Just to provide a quick overview and intro to the project and I guess kind of our belief that it should be approved. I just wanted to provide a little context. Our project is located on the property owned by KT Legacy of Arizona, where the Western Tri-States Equipment business operates. We've entered into an agreement with the property owner to erect the proposed 4 off-premise signage. Our application meets the criteria required for the approval of a special use permit as described by the Mojave County Code, and that is further demonstrated by staff's recommendation of approval. With that said, we understand there has been some opinions voiced in opposition of the project, and we want it to be known that Yesco's position is to be a good community member, and we strive to do that by adhering to all of the state and local regulations. And just to provide a little bit more context, I wanted to dive into the portions of the code that do allow for this. It is section 42K of the off-premise signage regulations in the sign code, and it states, the intent of the regulation is to permit off-premise signs within established commercial and industrial zones. And then later on in 42K1, it says it is the policy of the Board of Supervisors and Planning and Zoning Commission of Mojave County to permit off-premise signs to be located in viable commercial areas. Anyway, sorry. So our project obviously does comply with all of the local and state requirements. It is zoned correctly. One of the concerns was in the opposition letters was for the flashing and blinking lights. The lights that will be on this billboard to illuminate it will not flash or blink. They will be directed to the billboard specifically, and they won't be shining down or anything like that.
Okay, we're going to ask you
to hurry up.
Conclude.
Got it. Anyway, staff recommended approval. We feel and have the support of the property owner. I know he had submitted a application or a letter in support of this, but to keep it brief, we believe that it should be approved, and I'm open to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the commissioners? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We do have Cassie Guy, is it, wishing to speak on this item? Cassie, come on down if you wish. Give us your name and address.
Good morning. My name is Cassie Gill. I live in Littlefield. Numbers 66 and 78 are my parcels. I'm actually here today because there are 2 people who could not be here that wrote letters, and I wanted to do justice for them and give them a face and a voice so they could be heard. I also agree with what they wrote 100%. One is Kay Cross, and she's a really dear friend of mine. She spent 22 plus years with her late husband building their farmhouse out there. They have 5 acres. So they are writing this letter to voice their objection to allow 4 billboard signs to be placed on parcel 402-32042. Allowing these billboards would do nothing to enhance or improve this area. It would have the opposite effect by destroying our scenic views and our night skies. They would be devastating to the property values and the residents in the area of Desert Springs. So no one wants to live in the shadows of billboards. I'm hoping that the Mojave planners will consider the impact that putting 4 billboard signs would have on not just me, but on 20 plus full-time residents, but on all the other people who live or own property in this area. I'm sure that all of you would feel the same way as I do if someone wanted to put a billboard sign in front of your home, not just 1, but 4 signs. Another question comes to mind: how would these signs benefit any of the people who live in this area? The only person to gain anything would be the owner of the big equipment rental place on Farm Road and Chola Drive, and the rest of us would be stuck here looking at the backside of these signs, both day and night. I'm voting no to the billboard signs and hope you will too.
Thank you. Any questions for commissioners? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else wishing to speak on item number 5? Okay, hearing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners' questions or comments at this time?
I do.
I'd like to make a comment.
Mr. Wardlow?
This area is going to grow. It's growing on Utah side, Nevada side. It's just going to grow. And I don't know if it's going to change. It's just going to keep growing. We have a freeway there. I don't know how to. They're in an area that's just going to grow and grow. That's my comment.
I have a question for our staff. How large is this lot? Acres, feet, whatever.
Chairman Jacks and Commissioner Meal, the property is about 23 acres.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Hearing none, the chair will now call for a motion.
Motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Martin and a second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to item number 5 by Alexander Boland. Item number 6, I'm sorry.
Number 6.
Item 6 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessors parcel numbers 402-35041 and 402-34083 from an AR agricultural residential zone and an A general zone to a C2H highway commercial zone to allow for a gas station and future commercial development in the Littlefield vicinity. In total, staff has received 15 letters of opposition and 5 letters of support. This item was originally heard at the October 13th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and was continued to this meeting today to allow the applicant time to meet with the surrounding property owners to discuss their concerns with the development. The applicant met with the surrounding property owners on November 1st, where approximately 10 people were in attendance and a staff member attended to answer questions. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, thank you. Opening up the public hearing, is the applicant available? Would you like to speak on it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Josh Lieberman with Pine West Development, 9330 LBJ Freeway, Dallas, Texas. Following up from our meeting back on the 13th, we were a little blindsided in that meeting and making the steps to try and bring everything back to you today. We were applying for commercial highway zoning on the 2 parcels. One of them currently is zoned general commercial, and just wanted to kind of larger just so everybody could see the parcels, the general commercial zoning, and the current land use plan that's established by the county. The 17.66 acre property next to us is also zoned C2H, same zoning that we're seeking, which is contiguous to our parcel. Like I said, the general land use plan for Mojave County and Littlefield in this vicinity is general commercial. Planning staff supports the rezoning, and we're seeking to rezone both parcels to commercial highway zoning. Properties bound by I-15, over 30,000 vehicles a day, down by Highway 91, and as I mentioned, the one parcel to the west that is zoned commercial highway since 1997. As the main reason last time, two main reasons last time that we moved to this meeting was to allow for the neighborhood meeting, the letters of opposition that were received. 13 letters were received, I believe, 15 letters in total were received. 5 of those letters were from owners within 300 feet of the property. We also submitted, and I believe the county received 5 letters of support. All of those letters of support were within 300 feet of property owners, and also the one adjoining property owner fully supports as well.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Do we have any questions?
I'd like to hear a little more from him, Chairman, if you would.
Please continue then.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We did hold the meeting on November 1st. As the county mentioned, there's about 10 members or 10 residents within the area that attended. The current one parcel that's 7 acres is already zoned general commercial. That was established decades ago, and that zoning allows for the majority of commercial uses, and we're now at that point for that eventual rezoning to bring it into compliance with the overall comp plan. You know, there probably will be a gas station component. We have other users from restaurants to hotels. We're working with Beaver Dam Sanitary District. They had a meeting earlier this month to move forward with looking at what the cost will be to improve the sanitary district to potentially bring sanitary to that side of the interstate. It's a large undertaking, but we're working with the sanitary district to see what that process looks like to improve the district on the north side of I-15. A lot of the comments on the opposition, you know, more noise in the area. Like we said, we're zoned highway commercial on I-15. The 40 to 50 foot grade difference, the traffic coming off the interstate on 91. Those are kind of the main items we wanted to address. Here to answer any additional questions.
Thank you.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to know what the results of your meeting with the other property owners was.
We went through the zoning maps, brought aerials, the residents in the area are in opposition of commercial development on the property. We met with them, listened to their concerns. Not sure what else we could do.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments by commissioners for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll make a comment.
Wait a minute, we do have one, Mr. Barlow.
I think this is a great project. This is about time that that portion of Arizona starts to benefit from that freeway system. Until recently, there was no gas stations, nothing, and Arizona put out the money for that freeway system for all these years, and now they're just starting to get sales tax back and other taxes back. All these years, it's been no gas stations, nothing in that area. So I think it's great to see the development.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We do have several people wishing to speak on the item. Anthony Gill.
Good morning, council, and thank you for your time. I've learned a lot since last time I was here. I found out that you guys have your own YouTube channel. So I went back and I watched several videos, and I found out some of you judge with your heart, and some of you judge with what you think is best for taxes. I'd like to thank Pat Alexander, Bill Abbott, and Brad Meal for the way that they are proceeding with things and judging with their hearts. Now you have 15 people opposition and 5 that are for it. He stated a false statement that they're within the 500 feet. They're not. The only homes within the 500 feet are the oppositions. I understand where you're coming from about tax revenue. We don't benefit from that in Littlefield, the school district. We don't even have an art program. We don't have music, okay? We don't benefit from it. You said last time, I think you guys are just scared of change. We're not scared of change. We came from cities. We're not farmers. We didn't just grow up there and live there. We moved away from change. We chose Littlefield. Littlefield. We just sat here and watched you approve a gas station right across the street from the one we're talking about now, okay? You can spit on it from where you're approving this one. Also, there's a gas station right down the street that you mentioned. So you want 3 gas stations where there's only how many residents? There's 28. Now you're gonna say we're gonna benefit from this? How can we benefit from it when we, the people, don't want it? Now, I can understand, and from watching your videos, I sat and watched hours. What you guys approve is businesses for your county, which makes sense. But you're gonna end up with what I see here when I come here. I don't wanna say that it's a wrong decision, but look at your main boulevard. It's run down. Those businesses are not there. Littlefield, we're gonna end up the same way. We're gonna have shut down businesses right across from another business. Now, I would like to ask for 2 more minutes because I have a letter from a gentleman who is not able to speak. If I would be able to read his letter.
If you could keep it to 1 minute and read it.
Okay. It says, "Good morning, my name is Ronnie Scurro. I have lived here in Littlefield since April of 1994. I own parcel 402-35-059. This property is 1.87 acres and located directly across from the street of a proposed project. I also own 3 acres just 300 feet down from it also. Our Littlefield cannot handle this project. This project, if approved, will destroy our community. The Littlefield is not able to have sound and light pollution, therefore it echoes through our valley and is supposed to be a peaceful setting." Now, I understand you said that you don't make these decisions off of our personal, how we feel personally. That's all we got out here. We're not professionals of any sense. Our personal opinion is all we have. So for you to say that, you discredited everybody back here. It's where we live. We want homes. It wasn't zoned that way originally because they're building $500,000, $1 million homes there, and you're putting gas station upon gas station. Please do not approve this. It's not the right area. Come and see it. You would understand it. You're making the decisions off of photos that don't even give a good example of what it looks like. And his map that he showed you is outdated. That was from 2015.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate it.
I bet you do.
Thank you. We have another speaker, Jim Gutke, is it?
Good morning. I'm Jim Gutke, the resident homeowner at 280 South Littlefield Lane. You know, and I think it is unfair that people in this commission are saying we're against change. Absolutely not. Managed change, planned. A master plan is just that. It's a conceptual plan. Every parcel within that master planned area may not be suitable for every use. Not against commercial development. Over on Fleet Street, a mile away, it's building up. There are commercial businesses on both sides of I-15. You've just approved another travel center, truck stop, on the other side, on the north side there of I-15. That probably makes sense. But when you look at I-15 and the exit to 91, the grade, the radius, Mr. Lieberman didn't do a very satisfactory job at all of talking about traffic. That just doesn't make sense. You've got a grade, a radius, and you're going to have, as he said, well, we could have a truck stop or a truck repair or a truck wash. Doesn't make sense. You can't get to Littlefield, the original community of Littlefield, any other way than by Littlefield Lane and South Littlefield Lane. There are currently approximately 28 occupied dwellings down there. Topography doesn't let you put in another road or make many changes. You have a 125-foot cliff on one side and you have the Virgin River on the other. That's it. Littlefield Lane intersects 91 at approximately, I'd say, about a 30-degree angle. His idea of a turn lane on 91 just doesn't make sense. It makes sense to manage development, keep the businesses in what's becoming the business corridor over along Farm Road and on the Desert Springs side where it parallels I-15. You already have truck stop over there. You have equipment rental. It makes sense to do it in a managed, planned way. Just because a master plan allows for something doesn't mean every parcel is suitable for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak on item 6? Yes. Can you give us your name and address?
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. We generate a lot of HERF funds, the money that's used to maintain our roads and build our roads in this area. And to send them up there where they don't want it, they don't want to generate their own funds to support their own highways, their own DPS, their own the sheriff's office and other amenities that they have there that protect them every day, day and night. I think that it's an absolute must that commerce be approved for that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on item 6? Okay, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time?
Yes, sir, I do, Chairman. I would like to clarify that, first of all, this commission does not consider businesses. This is not our job. Our job is planning and zoning. And we do take into consideration very seriously the residents of an area when we make decisions. But in my personal opinion, when you sit between two major highways, it is inevitable at some point in time as you grow, and the fact that this is already in the general plan, that it's my opinion that this is not a bad call to rezone.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
I'd like to make a comment since my name was mentioned. I appreciate you picked up on the fact that I really am concerned and care about the residents. But I've done some research, more than I knew, and this area is developing. It's going to continue to develop, and I would change my thinking a little bit and say, as bad as I hate to have businesses move in and disturb people that bought there, this meets the zoning requirements that I read and see that's already there. So that's my thinking on it.
Thank you. Any other comments yet? Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, I just want to remind the audience that I'm a citizen of Mojave County too, so to say that I don't care about growth or overgrowth or undergrowth is absolutely untrue. I had no idea we have a YouTube channel. I'm going to have to get involved with that, I guess. But what I'd like to let the audience know, just for clarification purposes, is zoning requests are submitted to the county. It goes to the staff here. The staff vets it. They do the best job they can to determine whether or not this meets the requirements for a zoning change. That's what it's all about. They attach recommendations. So just because this commission approves a zoning change doesn't mean it's going to happen. What it means is it's made it one step further, because once it leaves here, it goes back to the supervisors. So like one of the commissioners said, try going to a county supervisor meeting and talking to your supervisor and see what they have to say. We are all citizens of Mojave County, and we want to do what's best, but we are chosen by a superintendent and then elected to be a commissioner, and we are sworn in to abide by the land use ordinance. And that's our duty. And we do take into consideration how the audience feels or members of the community feel, because we're part of that. But at the same time, we can't just arbitrarily decide things on how we feel in our heart. This is a serious thing here, and serious consideration is taken. And no prejudgments are made. We're not allowed to discuss these prior to the meeting. And I personally, I don't discuss this with anyone. It's nobody else's business. So that when we come here, we have a level playing field. You have a right to speak. We have a right to speak. And then when we make a decision, please be reminded that that's not the end of it. All we've done is allow it to move to the next step. And all the conditions have to be met. There was a rescission this morning. Somebody applied for a zoning change. It was granted with conditions. They did not meet the conditions. So here we are today. We voted that one back to where it was. So if you want to be a part of this process, it helps if you understand how it works so that you're not disparaging any of the other commissioners. You can disparage me all you want because personally I don't care. But I will tell you this. I come in here with a level heart and I listen to your comments, and I look and see, if you look at the maps, the surrounding zoning matches, we have no other alternative but to grant it. So, thank you.
Any other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillette?
I understand that some of you are angry. However, I don't appreciate being the brunt of that anger. And I do have a heart, and the reason I have one is, you could tell, I'm sitting here, therefore I have a heart.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, the chair will now call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Abbott, a second by Commissioner Gillette. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 7 by Hunter White.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Item number 7 is an evaluation of a request for a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 11006-176 to allow for an accessory residence larger than 50% of the primary residence in an AR agricultural residential zone in the Lake Havasu City vicinity. Staff has received one letter of objection. Overall, the applicants are looking to have an accessory residence that's going to be 62% of the primary residence. As a result, the special use permit is required by section 37P2C of the ordinance. Staff is recommending approval with standard conditions with the added note that the applicant shall comply with all applicable provisions of section 37P, which are the accessory residence guidelines.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Yes, would you like to speak on it, sir?
My name is Ed Clark, and I live at 4035 Lakeview Road in Lake Havasu City. I'm the owner of this parcel. It currently contains a mobile home that's 1,216 square feet. We own another mobile home that we are asking to move to that location to use as our primary residence, and it's 1,960 square feet. The property is a 1.02 acre. The residential footprint would be approximately 7.15%. We are hoping to build a permitted metal garage on the property. Our total intended footprint for the property use would be approximately 20% of the property. We're aware that if the mobile home that we're moving was a little larger and it exceeded the 50%, we wouldn't have to go through this. But because one of them's medium size and one's kind of small. That's the purpose of this. But our intent is to move the mobile home over to use as a primary residence. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have a question.
Commissioner Alexander?
What do you intend to do with the smaller residents?
My son has just recently been hired as a high school teacher in Lake Havasu, and we're planning on letting him live in it.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillette?
I'm looking at the map that you have drawn. Which one is the larger mobile home? Is it the one that's sitting this way or the one that's sitting this way in the middle?
Our intent would be to put the smaller one closer toward the street, and the larger one would be in the middle of the property.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that residence you're going to build, what's the building, that material? The siding, stucco?
Well, the one mobile home is already on the property, and we plan on redressing it and remodeling it. It has a metal siding on it currently. That's the 1,216 square foot mobile home. The other mobile home that's 1960 square feet has wood siding, and it's a pre-existing structure.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any others that wish to speak on item 7? Okay, hearing or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have commissioners with any questions or comments at this time?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Meehl?
That the photo that is on our screens and that, it is very, very accurate. Much as I'm going to say.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Okay, the chair will now call for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept item number 7 with the usual standard from the approval for standards of conditions from our staff.
Motion.
Second the motion.
By Commissioner Kelly.
Second the motion.
Say again now.
He's seconding the motion.
Oh, okay. All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 8, staff Matthew Gunderson.
Item number 8 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 224-24074 from an R1 single-family residential zone and C2 general commercial zone to a C2H highway commercial zone to allow for an indoor boat and RV storage facility in the Mojave Valley vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Thank you. Open up the public hearing. Is the applicant available?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to come speak on the item, sir?
Yes. Morning to you all.
Good morning.
This is my property. I'm the applicant, and I just wanted to give you a few views and just elaborate a little more on the request.
Do you have your name and address for us, please?
Oh, yeah, Alex Hill, 34221 Toyon Court in Lake Elsinore, California, although the application is under an LLC that's incorporated in Arizona.
Okay.
So this is the property. This road here is Highway 95, so the property is bisected by Highway 95. I'll show you the current zoning in a minute, but this property here is zone C2H, which is what our request was. The request is consistent with the Mojave County General Plan as well as the South Mojave Valley Plan as well. They're both, it's designated commercial in both. And so if you look at the current zoning, and again, this is my I've been out of school a long time, haven't taken an art class, but just bear with my chicken scratch. So the property that's on the other side of 95 is, or this portion of it is C2, and then this portion of it is C2, and just this portion is R1. So our request is just that we could have it all the same consistent zoning for, for further development. And then I also have, I believe it was in, you should have a copy, but if not, this is the site plan that we submitted. We're in the pre-app process with the county as well. And then I just wanted to make myself available for any questions you might have.
Any questions for the applicant? I don't believe so. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have anyone else wishing to speak on item 8? No, hearing or seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time? No. Chair will call for a motion.
I'll move to approve item 8 according to staff recommendation.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Alexander, second by Commissioner Meal. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 9A, reported by Alexander Boland.
Item 9A is an evaluation of a request for an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a GC General Commercial Land Use Designation to an LI Light Industrial Land Use Designation, and an amendment to the South Mojave Valley Area Plan from a Commercial Land Use Designation to a Commercial Manufacturing Land Use Designation for assessors parcel numbers 225-22025 and 225-22026 in the Mojave Valley vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Thank you. Open up a public hearing. Is the applicant present? Warren, sir, name and address, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and staff, Commissioners Lynn Robison representing the applicant, 1355 Raymar Road in Bullhead City. We appreciate you giving your time and your vehicles and your tires and your gas. We know it's a volunteer job, and we're very grateful for your time. We reviewed staff's comments and recommendations. We agree with those. We'll comply with those. And the purpose of the rezone is simply to join those two parcels, 025 and 026. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. There is a newer enclosed storage area in that general area. It's on the west side of the road of State Highway 95. Where is this in that relation to your property? Oh, it is, okay.
So look, that's it. It's
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you. That's been answered. Sorry about that.
I answered it for you.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have anyone else wishing to speak on item 9A? Hearing or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time? No. Chair will now call for a motion.
I make a motion to approve with staff recommendations.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Hassett and a second by Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moves us on to item 9B, Alexander Boland.
Item 9B is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 225-22025 from a C2H highway commercial zone to an M2 general manufacturing zone to allow for open lot storage in the Mojave Valley vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
The same.
The applicant, yes. Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question for the applicant. That your fence, is it a 6-foot the chain link?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there anyone else that would wish to speak on item 9B? Item 9B. All right, thank you. Close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time? No? Chair will call for a motion.
I make a motion to approve item 9B with staff recommendations.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Hassett, got a second by Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moves us on to item 10, reported by Alexander Boland.
Item 10 is an evaluation of a request for a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 305-06147 to allow for a billboard in a C2H highway commercial zone in the Golden Valley vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Is the applicant available? You wish to speak on it, Kathy?
I can answer questions.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant at this point? No? All right. We do have someone else wishing to speak on it, Gavin Douglas.
I am Gavin Douglas, who reside at 3415 North Kelvin Road in Golden Valley. First of all, I want to thank you for putting up these signs. They're very, very helpful. You may or may not know that in Golden Valley we have wind that blows. That this sign was torn off of its stake and was drifting down the street. So I picked it up, took it home and read it and said, oh, maybe I should talk to my neighbors about this. So that's why I'm here. I checked that don't approve of it, but I don't know whether I approve of it or not. I don't know anything about it, so can you guys tell me what this is all about? We understand that the property was rezoned about 3 years ago to be commercial, and we know that the owners of the property are the people whose names are at the bottom of this notice. But I don't know much about what they're up to or what they're trying to do.
I would refer to staff for this one, maybe.
Our applicant.
I think the applicant is willing to speak on it as well.
I'm sorry, I thought he said he wasn't here.
His representative is here.
Thank you, sir.
I spoke too soon, I'm sorry. My name is Kathy Tackett Hicks. I'm acting as the owner's agent in this issue, and I apologize. I didn't realize there would be any questions. So this is a request. This parcel and the adjacent one to it are both zoned C2H commercial. The owner has made a request to, within a year process, to put up a billboard at this location. It does have to comply with the county's regulations, meaning it can be no nearer than 100 feet to the surrounding adjacent residential properties, and that it must also comply with ADOT requirements. So this is the very first step when you put up a billboard. The property is zoned C2H, what allows for it. We come here before you and request a special use to put in the billboard, and then while we process a building permit for this through Mojave County, we also have to process through ADOT, and they will make any requirements, and they make sure that this complies with the state requirements. Excuse me, one of those main things is that you have a commercial use, a functioning business within 1,000 feet on the same side of the property. And we did review that, and this does comply with ADOT. So this is just a request to start the process to ultimately put a billboard at this location.
Thank you.
Does that help? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Kathy, please. I have one question. What is adjacent to this property?
Well, it's vacant right now, but...
Vacant?
Just, right, so just to the, whatever, east of this is the same property owner's parcel. So he has a total of about 3 acres of C2H property right there. There's residential to the north. To the west, I think is C2H. I did speak with that property owner. Maybe residential, I'm not sure. We'd have to look at the map, but directly right around, I believe, is vacant. I don't know if the maps show anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Where do we find out what kind of sign this is going to be, and what are the rules for it lighting and information it would put on the sign?
You'll have to comply with all the current regulations for any type of signage that's put up.
My question is, where do I find the information about what those regulations consist of?
That would be with our staff.
Mr. Chair, we would be happy to assist the speaker with any of the requested documents that he would like. We have the zoning ordinance that we can send him or print him off as well and give him all the regulations.
Okay.
And they mentioned the development of the property in conjunction with the sign. Does that mean that we know what's going to be developed on that property?
Mr. Chairman, it is my understanding that it's just a sign.
Just a sign?
Yes.
Okay. This is a residential area, and we have 27 houses on the street, probably one of the densest housings in Golden Valley. 27 houses in less than about a half a mile. And so a lot of people live here, and we want to be sure it's going to be something appropriate, so I guess we have to just follow up with your staff and find out more about it then. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I ask staff that you send him, when you send him the information, please send him the map that shows all the other properties that are zoned commercial?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gillette, absolutely, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak on item 10? Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, Chair will now call for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve item number 10 with staff conditions.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Gillette, a second by Commissioner Abbott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that gentleman down there second the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Hassett.
It's all right.
Too late?
Huh?
Oh,
I did second it, but you can give it to either of us.
oh, okay. I got you. Thank you.
We're keeping score. He will
Got it.
be.
Okay, we're going to be moving into item 11A and 11B. And we have a lot of people that are wanting to speak on this particular item. We ask that you keep it to 2 minutes, other than our first speaker that's going to represent the POA has been given 5 minutes.
I apologize, we skipped over to item 10.
We- What's that?
Item 10. We skipped over item 10 on sheet 4. So we just need down this.
I don't understand. We did it?
Oh, did. Oh.
Okay. So we ask that keep your comments to 2 minutes, and if, when it comes time to your speak, if your comments have already been spoken to and you're willing to surrender your time, we'd appreciate that. So Yeah, we got more. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will move forward then with item 11A, staff reported by Hunter White.
Commissioners, item number 11A is an evaluation of a request for an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from an RDA, Rural Development Area Land Use Designation, to a CR, Commercial Recreation Land Use Designation, and an amendment to the Dutch Flat Area Plan from a single-family residential other land use designation to a resort recreation land use designation for assessor's parcel number 123-31008 in the Yucca vicinity. Staff has received 43 letters of correspondence, 23 in opposition and 20 in support. There were 4 letters received within the 300-foot radius, which does trigger the 4/5 vote for the rezone at the Board of Supervisors. Staff is recommending approval with standard conditions.
All right, thank you. We'll open up the public hearing. Is the applicant present? Do you wish to speak on it, sir?
Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to ask for a couple extra minutes if you didn't mind. I wanted to address some concerns, lead into some key points, and then address the pros of this rezone, if that was okay. So starting off with the concerns, I want to keep this professional, obviously, keep any personal remarks out of it. So I really wanted to be friendly and cordial with the community of Yucca and try to go about this with negotiation and consideration for my community. I did that by providing my phone number to anybody that wanted to reach out to ask questions. I also did so by arranging a meeting to the property to meet in person so we can actually have some face-to-face contact. So one of the main concerns I saw was dust. I want to go ahead and say how I'm going to control the dust first, and the dust is going to be controlled with a water truck. So this land is generally going to be used for a motocross track, basically a family fun motocross park. So we will have a water truck on site, and we intend on getting a well dug for that water truck. In the meantime, while the well's waiting to be dug because they're behind, we will use the PAL's water source and get water delivered or go pick it up with the water truck if we need. So I just wanted to make sure that I addressed their dust concerns. But topping off that, I had a huge concern of the dust, addressed to me about dust. And I see people flying down those dirt roads at 70 miles an hour creating more dust than my motocross park ever would. So I just wanted to note that remark. I saw a few remarks about ground erosion and how heavy vehicles compact the ground, erode the ground faster. And there was an article put out about vehicles from 400 to 1,000 weight range. Well, dirt bikes actually range between 190 to 220 pounds. So it's actually under that 400-pound marker. But topping off on that ground erosion, cars are a lot heavier, right? They drive faster, they drive harder, and so driving on all these dirt roads, they're creating this quote-unquote ground erosion that they want to use against me as well. Then one of the concerns was noise, and I definitely understand this concern. Most, if you're not in the motocross community or if it's not something that you enjoy, I could generally see how that would concern you. So I tried to mitigate that concern and address it with some factual statements the best I could. Starting with dirt bikes produce a decibel rating of about 96 decibels. There's a lot of motocross parks in California that are on state lands, so they have to be controlled, otherwise they're not allowed to operate. To try to give a relevance on where that stands is a lawnmower operates around 90 decibels. Then there's also some facts that I found online to try to help people out, but decibels drop 6 decibels every 10 meters. So at about 100 meters, you know, the motocross track may sound the faint noise of a normal conversation. I did see a few concerns about valley fever. My address to the valley fever was, this is the desert, it's nothing but dirt, and you live off dirt roads. I feel like that's a personal matter, and if you're really concerned about the valley fever, that this probably isn't the place, right? I mean, there's a place in the East Coast that's full of woods and not, you know, a desert area that does get windstorms that creates dust storms, right? So that was kind of my addressment towards the valley fever concerns. I saw a big concern for traffic. And the best way I could state that is motocross tracks generally operate on the weekends, right? People work during the weekdays. It's hard to get to tracks. So we would operate 2 days a week. We would have hours of operation to accommodate, you know, the mornings and the afternoons for any of the community members. Motocross tracks generally operate on a 9 to 2 basis, and depending on the time of the year, that may vary. When it's hot, we may not be open at all. If it's even cool enough at all to operate, it'd be more like a 9 to 11 before it gets too hot. So that would be the hours of operation to help, and going off the traffic, you know, 2 days a week doesn't generate that much more traffic, but I see a lot of things about this is supposed to be a resident place. Is it okay if I continue? Just want to make sure.
Can you wrap it up here in the next?
Yeah, I can get it wrapped up in the next minute. Yeah, absolutely, sir. So the traffic concerns, right? They say this is a residential area, but this place was created with about 2,500 parcels. So if these parcels were all actually taken up with homes like they say that they were supposed to be, 2,500 people, or that's 2 people per home, that's 5,000 vehicles driving up and down these roads. Traffic would happen regardless which way, you know, it goes the direction of residential or it stays the way it is. I mean, the chance of traffic is there. I saw a few things about crime, and there's already crime in the area, so that's stating, I mean, if there's crime in the area, the crime is being taken upon by the actual community. To have accusations that I would generate crime. Motocross is a very expensive sport. I mean, dirt bikes cost about $10,000 a piece. It's not a sport where people are, you know, out causing chaos. Just to top it off, a few pros. A few pros of the matter would be the benefit of the place. It's a safe, family-friendly environment for kids and family to enjoy. I've created lifelong friends from racing motocross. It's a hobby, it's a passion, and we just want to give a good, safe environment for families to enjoy.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Commissioner Martin?
How long have you owned this property?
We closed on this property in July, I believe, ma'am.
Now, knowing that this is a residential neighborhood, why did you not seek a commercial property elsewhere that was zoned commercial that would be more accommodating to your needs? Why this particular property?
Absolutely, that's a great question, ma'am. So to answer that, I'm 27. I'm not some rich person that, you know, is coming in and building this place, trying to generate more wealth. I'm just an average person that wants to create a lifelong dream, right? So there's not many commercial properties available that would even suit these needs, and the ones that are there are just so far out of my price range. I mean, I can't even begin to try to.
Well, I admire your dreams. My husband loves dirt bikes too, so I understand that, but to purchase something with that intent, I just don't get it.
Absolutely, I understand. Like I said, I couldn't afford any of those commercial properties, and I thought by purchasing where I was, I felt like it was not near houses to affect people, so I didn't do it in a malicious intent or anything like that. I really thought my intent when I found this area was, this seems far enough out of the way that I shouldn't affect anybody.
And just, FYI, if we were to approve this and it moved on for an approval, you're stating your hours of operation, trying to accommodate the residences, but if it was rezoned, I mean, that leaves the door wide open for anything. Sure, you're saying hours of operation 2 days a week, but if it's a zoning change, that leaves it wide open.
Well, I was under understanding that I'd have to rezone no matter what, so that was always my plan from the get-go. It wasn't like, well, I can accommodate if I rezone by doing this to try to sneak my way or anything like that. I mean, if you look at, I can name numerous motocross parks in the country, and that's the general hours of operation. So going off of what the motocross community does, that's just what I'm adapting to, is those hours of operation. It's not creating my own, it's how the motocross community works.
Okay, thank you.
Ask the closest resident.
I'm sorry?
Commissioner Hill?
I have several questions. Looks like it's almost a full section of land you're trying to purchase, or you have purchased. Finished product, what type of fencing you going to have around it, or are you?
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, I do intend on having fencing. I was trying to do the best option possible, and I believe a 4-strand barbed wire ranch fence would be the proper way to go about it.
Each space, is it going to have the concrete slabs or just gravel? What type of water, or where are you going to get the water? What type of, will each section have a tank, or are you going to put in a sewer system, or what?
Are you referring to like camping, sir? I don't intend on actually having hookups or anything like that. This is just a daily operational place. I intend to have trash cans and everything to accommodate people's trash, but we don't have the intents to put in sewer hookups or anything like that to accommodate RVs, if that was the question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Somebody has to use the restroom.
We will get porta potties, sir. Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant?
What's the closest resident now to that?
From my understanding, I'm at mile marker 7. Diagonally, I think there is a resident at mile marker, like in between mile marker 5 and 6, and I believe that's the closest one.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes,
ma'am.
I'm not sure if the applicant can answer this. If not, maybe the staff can. In looking at the maps that you've provided for us, the staff has provided, it appears to me that this parcel of land is not actually a part of the Stagecoach subdivision, but it looks like it's just butts up against it.
No, it is.
Where's the map?
The map that I'm looking at, the adjacent parcels say Stagecoach, and it has lines through it, and this parcel doesn't have that designation.
Chairman Jacks, Commissioner Alexander, just as the parliamentarian for the meeting, I would like to remind the audience to keep quiet as questions are asked. If this meeting gets out of hand, we won't be able to hear what's going on. With respect to your question, Commissioner Alexander, this parcel is within the Stagecoach Trails Property Owners Association.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
As I say, we have a lot of people wishing to speak on this item. We're going to start with a presentation by the POA. Carol Wilk and we need to limit that to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I'll try to get through it quickly. I was told I was going to have 7 minutes, but we'll try to plow through this as best we can. I have somebody here who's going to provide the pictures and so forth to help expedite the time. Good morning. My name is Carol Wilk. I currently am residing here in Kingman on 542 Harvard Court, but I own 2 pieces of property out in the Santa Fe Ranch, Dutch Flat area. We would like to first thank all of you for granting our request to provide a presentation regarding these agenda items. I'd like to draw your attention to the resolution that we adopted and provided for you in your packet, along with the supporting documents. I hope that you've had ample time to read the resolution and documents citing our many reasons for our opposition to the building of Sundown Motoplex LLC. A commercial dirt bike motocross track proposed to be built more than 15 miles from the I-40 commercial corridor in the middle of the Santa Fe Ranch and Dutch Flat community. Santa Fe Ranch is a rural development within Dutch Flat. So when I refer to Dutch Flat or Santa Fe Ranch, I mean mutually include both communities. Santa Fe Ranch was a result of a large land swap a couple of decades ago between the Santa Fe Railroad property and BLM with the Wallapai mountains involved. We embrace the conservation efforts that are set forth in the Dutch Flat Plan, and that was part of the reason for the land swap, was to make it more manageable. The Mojave County General Plan should and does reflect the many area plans that have been painstakingly produced to provide insight and direction to the managers, commissioners, and elected officials to create policy which benefits the varied communities that make up Mojave County. The Dutch Flat Plan is well researched and thought out. As noted in the supporting documents, there were more than 50 county employees, supervisors, and residents who spent more than a year with BLM and Fish and Game and many others to publish the Dutch Flat Plan. It does not need an amendment that would undo their hard work and allow for commercial developers to come in and destroy this unique protected desert ecocline 40 acres at a time. The county plan shares a similar commitment, and I want to quote from page 62 of the general plan, where it points out the importance of distinctive community character and states, the goals and policies of the general plan provide for different types of communities within the unincorporated parts of Mojave County. This plan provides areas for urban, suburban, and rural development so future residents can select the living environment that they prefer. The plan focuses most of its growth and flexibility while retaining the rural, reflects most of, sorry, I lost my spot here. The plan provides area for urban, suburban, and rural development so future residents can select the living environment they prefer. It provides for growth and flexibility while retaining the rural character of the county. The plan focuses most of the county's growth in urban and suburban development areas, preserving the character of the rural development areas and the sparse development patterns in remote areas, end quote. The large numbers of property owners have reached retirement age and are now moving to the Santa Fe Ranch and Dutch Flat area to begin the life that they planned out many years ago in this pristine rural desert community. The general plan points out the responsibility of the commission to make zoning decisions that keep land uses consistent with the surrounding properties. We do not want the proposed amendments to the general plan as a commercial motocross racetrack is far from consistent with our rural residential agricultural community. The general plan recognizes the importance of preserving threatened habitat within the county. BLM classifies the Dutch Flat as an area of critical environmental concern. The threatened plant and animal species like the desert tortoise, desert kit fox, and rare desert wildflowers such as the white margin pestamon are just a few of the many plants and animals that the general plan recognizes in its more than two-page list as needing proper habitat management and preservation under federal law. Our community was designed for this. I would like to show you a picture of what one of 3 OHV industry developers have who have descended upon our community in the last 3 months, and what it has done to our desert. This picture is of the illegally constructed Mesquite Ranch, LLC. All of this was done without any engineering reviews, plans, or permits. If you don't mind, I'd really like to give you the rest of this information. It's very important. If I could just have a few more minutes. Also, we've limited the number of people who are going to speak. I'm trying to get this all done for you quickly. This was done without any engineering reviews, plans, or permits by the county. The developer's excuse was that he thought he didn't need a permit because he was exercising his First Amendment right to assemble. More than 11 acres of precious desert habitat, threatened animals, and rare desert plants were scraped away in exchange for 142 illegal RV rental spaces in a OHV event center, and this in a rural residential community. There is a failure to complete due diligence for these properties on the part of developers. This developer is no different. And during a meeting, he did know that he was in a HOA, by the way, and he did know that he was in the middle of a residential community. And during a meeting with some of the residents, the developer was asked about a safety plan when someone crashes and gets injured during a race. His response was, everyone will be required to sign a waiver. Interestingly, Mesquite Ranch shared the same plan. The Motoplex developer was unconcerned when told that EMS is well over an hour away and often requires an air ambulance service. The Sundown Motoplex is one, as I said, one of the 3 businesses that has moved into our area, and it's important that the commission understands what we are dealing with. I would like to show an additional picture of an illegal professional level side-by-side dirt racetrack built on a 40-acre parcel off of Alamo Road and the McKenzie Wash in the north end of Dutch Flat. The devastation is very sad. Switch it over. This gives you a realistic idea of what the Sundown Motoplex would look like in our desert. He mentions dust, and I do want to show you right here. This is that track. This is the kind of dust that is generated. And as you can see, if you look at this picture, this dust doesn't just settle back down. It goes up into the sky above, and it wafts across the desert, and it creates a very unhealthy environment. Again, I want you to notice that this is Alamo Road that runs right along here. And when this racetrack is going, people that are traveling on that narrow two-way road are completely consumed in dust, and it makes it difficult for them to see the road. Again, you can see how this goes right up into the sky and just really obliterates the air quality out there. We want what we bought. I'm finishing up here. We want what we bought into when we purchased our properties. We want our peace and quiet. We're not opposed to growth. We've worked with the county to pave Alamo Road, get funding back in for that. We welcomed the pilot that came into our area, but we want the reasonable growth, the appropriate growth for our residential rural community. The last picture.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant, or any questions for
This is the last picture.
PLA?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have a number of people that wish to speak. We'll start with Mike Cerverio.
Mr. Chairman, we will need Mr. Savello to come down to the microphone because the recording is not picking him up.
Just a correction, because your question was never answered. It's an AR 36 acre parcel. It also has a 15-foot right-of-way on the front of it for utility and roads, and a 30-foot right-of-way for roads. And it also has a 15-foot right-of-way all the way around it. So it's actually less than 36 acres.
Sir, please,
Yes.
your name and address.
Oh, I'm Mike Cervello. I live at 2032 Sisio in Yucca, Arizona.
Thank you. Frank Shelton.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name's retired Staff Sergeant Frank Shelton, Special Forces Green Beret. I retired, I moved to this area, I looked it over 3 or 4 years. I found a place I wanted to live. I built my home. I live a ways, probably 10 miles from this area. I didn't come here to talk, but mainly I came here after I listened to what was going on. And I did, when this first kind of started 3 months ago, like they said, I noticed a lot of traffic on the dirt roads. I counted 32 weekend when this kind of went down, where they're trying to have a grand opening. I counted 32 side-by-sides. They were all sporting their flags. Don't tread on me, American flags. My fence is cut 5 times. My trespassing sign is tore down. Totally dusted my house out. I can't have my windows open. And I'm not even around that area. So I'm here for the Yucca friends and people that live in that area that live here. And I know these little business things will come in. I'm not objecting to them if they're in the right place. But they're going to come in and it's going to change. My life's going to be changed. Their life's changed. You people's life will be changed, guarantee you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your
Questions?
service.
Thank you.
Do I hear questions? No? Okay, thank you. Randall Barrett.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a clarification on something?
Absolutely.
Staff, what is the size of this? Can you give it to us? And is it zone 40 acre minimum?
36.
Now, because I don't see that exactly.
It says it in the description.
36.
Chairman Jacks, Commissioner Abbott, the parcel itself is sized at 39.96 acres, and it does have a 36-acre minimum lot size attached to the zone. This is the plan amendment at the moment, so that's why we didn't mention the zoning, but the zoning is AR 36A, which is agricultural residential with a 36-acre minimum.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barrett, if you'd give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Randall Barrett, P.O. Box 197, Yucca. My wife and I own lot 1026 in that development where this is being proposed. I'm not against motorcycles and racetracks or anything. I'm a biker. But as was mentioned, going down Yucca on Alamo on the paved section where they're racing these vehicles illegally now, you cannot see. It's a very big safety hazard. So there's a proper location for these kinds of things. And the proposed racetrack that they're going to want to put in here is going to hugely impact the neighbors there with the noise, no matter what he says. There's highly densely populated with 40-acre lots, people living on them all around that area already. And his comments about the road is not correct. The amount of people that would come in and out of a single lot is nothing compared to what his single lot would be bringing in as far as extra road damage to our already difficult to maintain gravel roads out there, as you know. So we're highly opposed to this because it will impact the neighborhood. It will impact the zoning that was originally set there, changing the whole flavor of that whole area, and it's going to make a lot of people very angry. Of that, I'm sure you already are aware. Fortunately, it's not next to me, but I'm here speaking for all of our neighbors in this community because we bought into this knowing it would be a residential area, we have peace and quiet, we have certain expectations, and I know that's what you're concerned about as far as zoning. That's why you look at that. So I feel it is highly incompatible zoning-wise with the area that he's proposing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Ware.
Commissioner, board, and staff, thank you for the time. I'd like to address, my name is Brian Ware. I own property number 123-03070, about 4 miles south of where this proposed complex is going to be. What I'd like to do is direct the board's attention to the Dutch Flat area plan, where it specifically does say in the plan that there's room to make adjustments in it and the ability to change that plan. So from that aspect, I'd like to direct you to that. From the aspect of the environmental issues that they've brought up so far, I would simply direct this board to understand that this POA has been in violation since 2009 with no permit for grading or floodplain ordinance at all. Not for diverting water, nothing. They were violated on October 18th. They got a halfway baked permit on October 20th to cover their butt. That's where they're at. So environmental damage, they've created a 25-year development that has gone backwards in 25 years. These roads haven't been improved according to their CC&Rs. These roads have been torn apart. They're not being graded to the county standards. They are being destroyed by floodwater and by their grading that they call on, that they order to put swells in, to remove swells, all done without permits and what have you. So when it comes to that, I think that the board needs to really direct their attention to this 25-year problem. 13 years with no permit, that's big. Where's the fines? Where's the remediation on that? What other developer in this county gets away with that? Ask that question. As far as this park goes, I think that it's the right thing. I think that the families and the kids that would learn from this and be able to learn how to ride would be a great thing. I think that the area has room for this. There's a racetrack, a 2.8-mile paved racetrack, approximately 5 miles from this location. There's also a guest ranch that offers ATV and off-road riding and skeet shooting. So these are all noise elements and dust elements that are created within this community within 5 miles of this place. So I would ask you to please consider all these things going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tim Krug.
My name is Tim Krug. I live on parcel 890, Yucca, Arizona. I'm a licensed architect in Arizona and former city planner. I've been involved with rezones and other permits for 40 years, either by application, approval, or review authority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission members. To start with, this application for rezone is illegal by the approved uses outlined in your ordinance. This is your law book. As a city planner, when applicants met with me about rezoning, we looked at all the zones to find the matching use. If none could be found, we looked for a similar use and proposed that zone. Turn to page 37. You all got one of these books?
Not with me.
Oh, okay. Osmosis works good. Turn to page 37, community parks, item C, uses permits, item 3, racetrack falls under that use as an allowed use. Now turn to page 35. Commercial recreation does not have racetracks listed. This zone has been modified since the 2010 zoning ordinance. It did include private riding clubs in an update. No definition is provided, so I reviewed the Dutch Flat area plan, which discusses horses and trails along roadways. When I discussed with the planning staff, their response was it was similar to a dude ranch, and they have historically allowed racetracks in this zone. They gave me 2 examples, one near Freeway and one near White Hills. 2 wrongs don't equal 1 right. We have a lot amount of CRE in the general plan. I've been trying to get zoning maps. Well, I finally got one today. I got the general plan. It happens that our CRE general plan shows a large area of our association, which is the high-priced real estate, all CRE in the future. Maybe time to revise the general plan before it becomes part of the zoning plan. P&Z has time to pause to hear public, can I keep continuing? I got twisted findings of facts from your staff.
Okay. Finishing up.
Can I finish?
30 seconds.
Moving on to time to discuss. Item B, not compliant with these plans for emission statement of Dutch area plants. Item C, CCRs require 180-foot setbacks for improvements for all property lines making it smaller than 40 acres. It is not meeting the size of stuff, so it requires a grading plan only in this thing. Spot zoning is disastrous. This would make our subdivision like a cancer. Best planners make every opportunity to be contiguous zone. Item C, not maintain, be a county paid for our roads, out of fire service. Often ambulance service refuses to service our subdivisions. Thank you very much. I never talk so fast.
Can I comment? Hey, sir.
I have a comment from Commissioner Kelly.
Would you please restate your qualifications?
My qualifications, I'm a licensed architect in Arizona and several other states. I've been a 15-year federal environmental specialist. I've been a city planner for 6.5 years, City of Wasilla. Sarah Palin was my supervisor.
Listen, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you bringing the book and pointing out those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Chairman Jacks, Commissioners, if I could interject briefly, some information was provided that's not accurate here. The information provided is that this is an illegal action. It is not. It appears that the version of the zoning ordinance that was being referenced is not the current version based on the page numbers that were referenced. However, with respect to these two items, 11A and 11B, 11B, as I'm sure the Commissioner is aware, would be illegal if 11A does not pass through the board. Furthermore, with respect to the zoning that's being proposed, it does fall within the ability under the zoning ordinance and the change, the amendment to the general and area plan if approved. This would be perfectly within the zoning ordinance. Whether that is an appropriate decision is a different question. Whether it is legal, it would be.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Alicia DeCaro.
Good morning. Well, I was just going to let you, pardon me?
Name and address.
Name and address.
Alicia DeCaro, 21785 Tonto Road in Yucca. And we moved out here a year ago. As a matter of fact, the last part of November, a year ago. And the first thing that I've noticed as I was looking side to side, how clean, how pristine everything was. And once I got to the place where we were looking, I immediately said, that's it. This is the place that I want to be. And this is a year later, and I'm driving up and down that road because I live all the way to the top of the mountain. So I see the whole entire road, Alamo. And I'm seeing people throwing their trash, their beer bottles, including the box that it comes in on the side of the road. Another thing, they also said is that they're, that we have to have change. We have to have, a metropolis or whatever. Well, if they want a metropolis, why don't they go to LA or San Francisco? Since the porta potties are already outdoors. They live in the desert. It rains, what? Very little. And when it rains, it only takes a few hours to get the dust from underneath that rain. And it goes right back to that cloud. And I live right by the road, so I get to see this all the time. right by the road. And also, you know what, there's a nice little desert out in 29 Palms that all those Marines have a lot of kids. Why don't they take this kind of stuff to that area and give them some hope for some of those children?
Thank you. Vicki Grumman.
You're never going to get out of here.
Hello. My name is Vicki Grumman, and I reside at 2444 Emerson Circle in Corona, California. I'm here with my husband, Thomas. I'll speak for both of us. And we own lot number 2495, which is adjacent to the proposed property, 2496. Our lot number is 12331-012, again adjacent to 12331-008. And we are opposed to this proposal for rezoning. And I'm not going to read, you should have a copy of my letter so you know my reasons, and they're very much the same as everybody else's. But one thing I am concerned about is the high probability of people not using just this facility, but illegally using other property with their dirt bikes and other off-road vehicles, and that there's no one out there to really police that. It would just happen. But I do want to bring up some things that the applicant brought up. He brought up the decibels being similar to that of a lawnmower. But I think most of you know that generally in your neighborhood, there's not, 10 to 30 to 50 lawnmowers running at the same time all day long. Not in my neighborhood anyway. And also the weight of the bike was mentioned at 200 and some pounds. There is a rider on the bike, and again, there'd be several bikes and riders at the same time, and the weight of the vehicle bringing these bikes in wasn't mentioned, and possibly a trailer behind it. So since I kind of kept mine short, I will read the letter from my son, which you should have in front of you also. We also are 25% owner of the property on the other side of this property parcel that I mentioned. It's 2494. I believe it is. And he's also a 25% owner, so that's 50% of us. And our other son may have written a letter also. He says, hello, my name is Chet Grumman. I am an owner of parcel number 1231015, corner of Butch Cassidy and Sundown. I was informed that there is an attempt to rezone to build a motorcycle track and off-road park, and I am completely opposed to this. It will bring a nuisance to the area.
Chairman Jacks.
Yes.
I would just remind the speaker, as the parliamentarian here today, I would remind the speaker that once the buzzer goes off, their time has expired unless the chairman grants you additional time to speak.
Okay, thank you. Chairman?
Yes,
May I
we're
continue to
finished.
read? Thank you. This will bring a nuisance to the area, the potential for trespassing onto our property with people in their motorbikes and off-road vehicles. Noise pollution would be a great disservice to my property value, as well as the dust flying from these tracks. The amount of water it would take to sufficiently wet these tracks will not be sufficient as proposed. And our son does own a large water well business, so
Okay,
he knows
thank you.
these things.
We need to finish up now.
Okay, as well as the added traffic and noise and the dust on the public roads. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the meeting. Please speak up on my behalf that this will not be a benefit to our community and as well as our property values, but a disservice. Thank you, Chet Grumman, and he resides in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Thank you. John Shea.
How many more they got? Jesus.
John Shea. It's, okay. We can move on? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
William Hammond. William Hamden.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bill Hammond. My address is P.O. Box 758, Yucca, Arizona. I own a 40-acre parcel. I'd like to just say that we are a very welcoming community of all different ages and all different backgrounds. What we're saying here is we respect people's lifestyle. And because of that, we bought into a lifestyle. And what we don't want is, unfortunately, the fact that the gentleman doesn't have or didn't want to spend enough money to go into an already zoned area that allowed for this is not a reason to put an entire community, an upheaval, an entire community, because one person wanted to come in and have a motorcycle track. We know that if we let that genie out of the bottle, it's going to create a precedence, and we're not going to have a lot of leg to stand on in order to say no to someone that wants to hook up a zip tie next to their mountain and charge people to come in there and do a zip tie, or to have bumper cars or a water park. Please, this is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Linstead.
Good morning. My name is John Linstead, 3473 parcel number. I've lived here for 19 years. I just see this bringing in more people. I've had them zip around in front of me and make so much dust that I've had to stop and wait for the dust to settle. I've had 5 well-pickled people in the middle of the night drive up my driveway to my house thinking it's the road, yelling, screaming. I'm plowed probably once or twice a year by the grader. These people, not all of them, but a few, come in there, do Brodies, tear it up. I have to drive over these bumps and ridges and stuff to get in and out. And this is the second time since I've lived there that they've tried to put in a racetrack. It failed the first time. I hope you will fail it the second time. It is not for residential people. And I like the peace and quiet out there. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one in France, is it?
Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Doug Franz. I live at parcel 3539. I purchased my property first of this year with the understanding that it was rural residential. What I went on to first was following the rules of the county. I've applied for all permits. I've started to bring in infrastructure, my water, my sewer, all permitted. And I've sat here and listened to you guys and the people speak through all these presentations of 1 through 10. And the one thing that this lacks is infrastructure. It is not supported by infrastructure like all the other cases were. They were around commercial, they were on highways, they were on intersections, they were in townships. There is no infrastructure to support commercial activity 8 miles down Butch Cassidy Road. Butch Cassidy Road deteriorates within days from normal usage. My ask is, has there been a volume, class, and speed study done on Alamo Road? Difficult to do on a sand road, but there are some paved spots in it.
Do we know what the normal transition of traffic is? The traffic, he mentioned, would just be on the weekends. A lot of these people come out and recreate on the weekends. This is their getaway from the noise, the hustle, the bustle, the sound. So the dust mitigation at the racetrack's one thing, but if you have people running up and down Butch Cassidy and you don't mitigate the dust on Butch Cassidy, as he says, he has no overnight stay. So that means on a weekend event, a family drives their camper out there pulling their buggy or their bikes behind them. They're going to have to drive off property back down Butch Cassidy. Anyhow, the infrastructure does not support putting commercial activity on the south end of this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, question?
Yes.
Maybe we should know this already, but I don't. How far is this proposal that we're looking at from a paved road, and how far is it from a county road, roughly?
Well, is Butch Cassidy, I just bought in January, but I understand Butch Cassidy is a county road, and the nearest pavement would be, if you turned right on Santa Fe and went up and hit Alamo, you'd be about 12 miles. If you go down Santa Fe, you got 6 and 8, that's 14 miles of dusty roads, which we all bought into. But there was a sense of serenity out there that will be spoiled by 14 miles of people driving in and out and in and out. And my question is
Thank you. We should ask the applicant that question, but I didn't. Thank you.
Does the applicant want to answer that question real quick?
To answer that question, Butch Cassidy being a county road, I'm at Sundown in Geneatria, which is exactly 1 block over from Butch Cassidy.
How far is it from a paved road?
I believe the paved road, Santa Fe, that ends paved when you exit the interstate, and that's where it ends the paving.
How far is that?
15 miles exactly from 15 miles exactly from Santa Fe Ranch exit.
So you're bringing vehicles in on 15 miles of a dusty road?
Yes, sir, but...
Okay, you've answered my question.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm out of line of asking, but I'm just trying to understand where these people are coming from and where you're coming from.
Yes, sir.
To make a recommendation on this.
Thank you. Someone left their phone right here just to...
Ken Works.
Ken Works, Yucca, Arizona. There's been a lot of bootlegging on these tracks. There's one right next to my property. My property's got the green circle around it. Property right next to it, the guy bootlegged a motocross track in there, and it was annoying, but after about 5 years, he finally went belly up, and the track has been washed away pretty much, and I think the property's open for someone to pick up the note and take over the payments on it. But this stuff's been going on all over out there, and today on the way in, going down the Alamo Road, 2 side-by-sides, one behind the other, coming up the road about as fast as they can go. And I pull over to the right and I stop, and they go by, and I'm in a big cloud. So I get ready to take off, and after the dust settles a little bit and somebody passes me and makes another big cloud, so I got to stop again. Been trying to get this section of Alamo Road paved for the last 10 years, but I just want you to know that the dust is a problem. Here's a race car track right next to I-40 that was proposed. I saw the maps for it, the plans, everything was laid out. Here's an existing race car track up here in this corner. about 3 miles to the south of the guest ranch. It's paved racetrack on the guy's property, 40 acres. It's been there for at least 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I
Got a
would like to,
question?
sir,
Sir, got a question?
I would like to know the reason why you're telling us about other racetracks. Are you for this project or against it?
No, I'm against it because it's rude. How about coming out with plans and coming to the meetings and showing us your plans?
Thank you.
It's a community out there. Show us the plans. I couldn't understand most of what he said today. He's not a very good speaker, and he didn't put it across in a way that I was able to discern most of what he was saying.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I see that we still have a huge stack of people who want to talk on this subject. Do you think that all of you who are against this would raise your hands, please? Wow, that's pretty much everybody.
No fair, 2 hands.
So could we possibly just go ahead, since we know what all these people are going to say, and I know that all of you want to say something, but we're running out of time. So I was just hoping that you would be okay with us proceeding without...
I second that.
Is that parliamentary procedures to, like, ask us not to speak?
Commissioner
No,
Gillette.
and if you'd like to speak, you can go ahead and do that.
That's not what she asked you.
Commissioner Gillette, just for the benefit of the audience, my understanding is you're asking if any of those who have signed up to speak on this item are willing to waive the opportunity to speak.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying.
I don't see that.
And if not, then we have a huge agenda today.
Yes.
And I'm getting hungry.
If the speakers are not willing to waive the opportunity to speak, they still have the right to speak. But if there are any who are willing to waive the right, when their name gets called, if they'll just give some to the chair to let them know that they're not going to come up to speak, that would be beneficial. As to whether to adjourn for lunch, that is an option that is on the table for the commission to consider at any point.
How's the commission feel?
I would prefer to keep going.
Could I rephrase that question? Could we see a show of hands of those that have something in addition to what's already been said to add to it?
So there's only 1, 2, 3,
That gentleman
4,
already spoke, so.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I realize we can't ask any of you not to speak, but if they say the same thing someone else has said, we're hearing it pretty good.
Mr. Chairman, can I approach the mic just quickly?
Yes.
I may be a fellow.
No fair helping.
My name is Mike Cervello, P.O. Box 182, Yucca. I'm also the president of the Santa Fe Ranch Association, and I can answer some of these questions for you, so if you need me, please call on me.
Okay. All right, we'll continue. How about the breaking for lunch? Does the commission just want to continue and go through this or break?
How many items on the agenda?
20-something.
We have
26 and we're on the...
probably another 20 speakers.
Go to vote.
Yeah, and then,
Maybe we'll just hang for dinner.
how does the commission feel?
I don't want to break. I want to keep going.
I'll do whatever. Yeah.
Get through
I'm
it?
good.
Shall we go ahead and at least let's get through item 11, A and B, and then
I would like to make a statement that I support Commissioner's Abbott request of anyone who has something different to say, maybe we could prioritize those speakers. Because I appreciate what that gentleman did by saying it's already been said.
I think we should read through the stack and give them the option to yay or nay, something.
Yes, good idea.
We have to. That's our job.
All right, let's do that.
And Commissioner, Chairman Jackson and the commission, if I could just make one suggestion to try and speed that process along. If as you read the names of those who are signed up to speak on these items, if those individuals would just give a thumbs up or a thumbs down, thumbs up indicating that they're willing to wave, thumbs down meaning they want to come up to the microphone and speak, that might speed things along a bit.
That sounds good. Let's do that. So we'll start with Zygmunt Wilk. Yes, no?
No, he did.
He wants to speak.
Wants to speak.
Oh, he did?
I'll do it bulleted, just make it real quick. My name is Zygmunt Wilk. I reside at 2875 East Hardy Drive in Yucca. I'm a property owner now out there for about a year and a half. I spoke on Brian Ware's development. That was the picture you saw of all the land that had been cleared unpermitted and everything. I just want to annotate that there's 640 acres of zone commercial close to the I-40 corridor that this man could have chosen from. Instead, he decided to put it where he did. The community is not opposed to change or progress. However, it needs to be done in the proper venue, i.e. the pilot that was recently installed out there. We supported it because it was done in a zone commercial area and we had no problem with it. One of the things I wanted to bring up to the commission is noticing that the main ingress and egress routes that the people would be traveling to this destination are county maintained roads. The vast majority of that area is county maintained that they're traveling on. Has the county considered the impact and the funds that would need to be diverted to keep those roads, able to be traveled in that area? Let's see. I would ask also that it was annotated that 23 letters were opposed and 20 were for this operation, and that it be considered that all 23 of the letters opposed are from property owners in the area. And I bet if you took a look at the 20 letters that were for this operation, you'll find that the vast majority of them come from Havasu and surrounding areas that aren't actually residents out there due to a social media campaign I saw being performed by Sundown Motoplex and the illegal Mesquite Ranch operation that the Board of Supervisors shut down, asking people to send in letters from all of these off-roading groups in the Lake Havasu and Kingman area. Obviously, all right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for respecting the time.
Stefan Gagne, choose to speak.
My name's Stephen Gagne. I live in parcel 24, Stagecoach Trails. I've been out there for 18 years, permanent resident. And I'd just like to read something to the little fellow that's trying to put this park out there. This comes from a dear friend of mine who owns the best pizza joint in all of Arizona. He has this on his piano, framed. It's a little poem that I'm addressing to the little guy that's wanting to do this park.
Can you respect everyone in the room, commissioners, staff? It doesn't matter who's here. Little fella's inappropriate, so continue.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. He's a little fella. I'm just sorry. Anyway, it says, welcome to here. You came here from there because you didn't like there, and now you want to change here to be like there. We are not racist, phobic, or anti-whatever you are. We simply like here the way it is, and most of us actually came here because it is not like there, wherever there was. You are welcome here, but please stop trying to make here like there. If you don't want here to be like there, you should not have left there to come here. And now you are invited to leave here and go back there at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
If I could ask the audience to refrain from applauding so that we can get through this, please.
Thank you.
Let's all act our age. Continue.
Rob Hooper.
For the record, Robert Hooper, 19930 South Diamondback Road. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak here today. I wasn't going to speak because I can tell you just real quickly that all the oppositions, and I'm standing in huge opposition to this, I agree with, and it's already all been said. But I want to clarify something that was said by Mr. Ware, which I think was very incorrect, and that is that we have met with the county, with staff, and have been told that our road practices are in order with the county. They've come out and looked at the roads. Number two, we do have all permits. We've asked, is there anything else we're supposed to do? And they said, no, everything's dandy. This gentleman is using this pretense to defend a commercial operation that's in an area not zoned for a commercial operation. The fact that he's being allowed to operate a commercial operation where it's not zoned means that our county ordinances don't mean anything. Okay, this is just incorrect. To hear him say that is aggravating. As far as this racetrack thing is, it's a no-brainer. It doesn't belong in a residential area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Martin Drexler. Martin Drexler.
Mr. Chairman, could we ask those that are going to speak to come down front?
Yeah, the next item, or the next speaker after Martin would be Samantha Wilk, if you want to be in position to do that.
Thank you. Martin Draxler, 16250 South Tomix Road, Yucca. We've moved here from Idaho about 5 years ago. Lived in Arizona for several years before that. It was too hot. Went back to Idaho, too cold. So now we're back here to finish out our life. In the meantime, the opposition to this racetrack or motocross track, whatever, centers in things that already have been said. I admit dust, noise, just lots of traffic on a road that isn't really maintained that well. So my wife and I, along with our neighbors, are opposed. So that's about all there is to say. What economic value is there in bringing in, a bunch of quads and motocrosses to raise dust and noise? So there you have it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Samantha Wilk, and following her is Thomas Grumman.
Hi there. Here's my fresh perspective. The decision y'all make today also affects future generations. Hi, I'm one of the future generations. Personally, and I'm sure you guys will understand the following logic, just because you can't afford a commercial property doesn't mean you just go and purchase a residential property and then make it a commercial property based off of your financial hardship. The owner of this property worked as a real estate agent in Tennessee and claimed in one of his community interactions that his agent failed to tell him the zoning when he was purchasing the properties, but here he's saying that he knew that it was this and purchased it anyway, so there's some discrepancies in his story. I also want to note that there are already two other groups, like stated by those who spoke before me, one of which is Brian Wares, who spoke already. His special event permit was denied, mind you, trying to do some similar activities on his. They're already illegally destroying our desert, and one of them is already illegally operating, and our community is rightfully upset. I'm sure you guys have realized there's lots of different characters that live out in Yucca, which is funny. You should really go to one of the property owners' meetings. It's my first one. I was like in a different zone, Twilight Zone. They're just trying to defend their way of life, and they're upset. So please take that into account. Thanks.
Thank you. Thomas Grumman, you'll waive your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig Young. You'll speak, and following Craig is Nick Bell.
Craig Young, I live in Mesa Drive in Kingman, and I've been a 21-year property owner. Stagecoach Trails, bought 4 40-acre parcels, built 3 houses, in the planning stages for the 4th house. Besides the obvious, which was stated earlier, that it's a no-brainer to not have a racetrack in the middle of our community, think of the property values. Who surrounding that racetrack is going to want to own property there? Besides that, what about tax valuation? If our property values go down because of this, the county loses as well. So again, it's a no-brainer. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Nick.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Pell. I live at 18208 South Custer Road in Yucca, Arizona. I moved here at the end of the summer with my young family to give my son a quiet rural life. And I don't want to repeat a lot of stuff that other people said because I think that there's no need for it. Everybody's hungry. But I did want to talk a bit about the Dutch Flat area plan and the idea that it can be changed. Certainly it can be, and certainly no one, I think, is opposed to growth in Yucca. I am certainly not. But the question is what kind of growth we're going to have out there and who is going to be doing it. And I'm extremely skeptical that a former real estate agent who doesn't know the difference between commercial and residential property is going to control the dust out in the desert, as I think we all should be. I think that if we are going to change the Dutch Flat plan, and if we are going to change zoning laws, which are openly being flouted out in Yucca already, that we need a very good reason to do so. And we have been provided with absolutely no compelling reasons to do so in the course of this meeting or any other with this developer. So I would encourage you to all keep that in mind, that we should be extremely skeptical of his claims. I would like to close by saying that I lived in an RV on the road for 3 years. And what I experienced with seeing lots of people on BLM land, on United States Forestry Service land, who are involved in motocross and quad biking, is that they have next to no respect for the natural environment. They typically leave garbage all over campgrounds, tear up the roads, and don't take care of them. And I'm sure that this does not apply to everybody, but that was my typical experience in 3 years of living on the road, boondocking and staying on BLM sites, was when the quad bikes came in, everything was a mess. You don't want to live around it, and neither do we. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Karen Lampkin, followed by Connie Freeman.
Thank you. My name is Karen Lampkin, Post Office Box 301, Yucca, Arizona. I do not live in the Homeowners Association, but I've lived out in the Yucca area for 14 years. I am a retired nurse. Motocross, great sport. I have a dead nephew to prove that. And as a nurse, I can tell you, 15 miles off of a paved road is extremely irresponsible unless you're going to have an ambulance service there the entire time that you are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Freeman? Connie? Okay.
passing.
You choose not to speak? Okay, thank you. Barbara Mininier? Oh, you choose not to? Okay, thank you. Sharon Kelly? Thank you. Joe Mininen? And following him would be Greg DeCaro. Choose not to speak. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Manera. I live on parcel 3056 in Yucca. I thought your comment when you asked him about why did you buy a commercial lot, I mean a non-commercial lot instead of a commercial lot, And I've seen your maps where they have all the red that show it's commercial. There's no red around there. If there was some red right next to it, I'd say, well, you know, you're spreading out a little bit. But what I really want to say is this guy obviously doesn't have a lot of money if he's buying cheaper land. I just put in a well, $35,000. If you get water, if they drill deep enough and you get it. If you don't get water, about $200 to get 2,500 gallons delivered. As far as a fence, I put up a barbed wire fence, 2 bids, over $20,000, okay? The other thing is noise. I got neighbors, probably closest neighbors are a mile away. I hear their dogs barking. I can hear the roosters in the morning. I can hear the train running down the tracks. So sound carries out there. People don't realize how, sometimes I hear neighbors talking if the weather's right. And as far as dirt roads, I'll tell you what, I've been out there. I've driven, I got friends out there, and I don't go visit them very much because I don't like driving down that road because it is rough and bumpy. And after a storm, don't even want to go there. So this guy may consider that he don't even want to put a racetrack in there because I don't think he's going to do very well. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Rosada, is it? Yes. And next would be Mr. Payton.
Good afternoon. Sorry to spoil your lunch. The only thing I have to offer... Jeff Rosnietta, 21309 South Bonanza Road in Yucca. The only thing I have to offer is an MSDS sheet explaining the effects of Arizona road dust, health hazards, and whatnot. So I only brought one copy, didn't bring enough to share. I don't know if you want me to leave this. That's all I have to add.
All right, thank you.
Leave this?
Yeah.
It's available online. It's anxious stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Payton. And next is Kevin Simmerall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Payton. At 18695 Gene Autry Trail, approximately mile marker 7 on Butch Cassidy. The proposed site of Sundown is located at mile marker 5. I'm just about 2 miles away. Like the gentleman before said, noise travels a long ways out there despite what he says. I'm approximately 16 miles from the Santa Fe Highway 40. The location that they want is 18 miles. I wish them not to drive down my private road. As it's been reiterated before, I didn't buy out there. My family didn't start buying out there in '98. I've been a resident of Golden Shores Towpac at the river since '96. That's why I'm out there. Simple as that, guys. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Thank you.
I yield my time to the next opposition.
Ken Simmerall. And next is J.P. McCormick.
Well, thank you to this council for your time. My name's Ken Simmerall. I live at 936 Cassidy Cove. So far, I'm probably one of the closest people that live to where they're talking about. I live off of Butch Cassidy Road between mile marker 6 and 7. And they're right, it is about 15 miles to the highway. But it's about 10 miles straight as the crow flies. And I just would like you to know that I hear the noise from the train tracks and from the trucks on the highway. I definitely wouldn't like the noise from that to be out there. I do have something that I'd like to show you. I took a picture from my front door just before I left the house this morning because I could hear all the side-by-sides out there running up and down the road. And there's what I'd like to show you. Nothing but a big, huge cloud of dust. My wife has COPD. We purchased our home, our property 9 years ago, had our home built 4 years ago. She is in line to retire next year in November, and I am due to retire in December the year after that. I am dead set against this, mainly due to health reasons, and the dust is terrible, but dust is something that we all live with out there. The health reasons and the noise is my biggest part of it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. J.P. McCormick. And next is Stephen Chilson.
Hello, my name is J.P. McCormick, P.O. Box 580, Yucca, Arizona, and I'm going to make it real quick. I know there's mentioned there were 23 letters in opposition and 20 for it. If you look around you, everyone here is pretty much against it. I don't see the 20 for it here, and I would lead to believe that those letters are probably from no one that lives in the valley and are probably bogus letters, so that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Chilson.
I think they've gone to Joe.
Okay, thank you. This one I can't read very well. Lori Warren? There's, thank you.
Sorry, as everybody says, I'd make a great doctor with my writing.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Lord Piers DeVille. I live on West Granite Drive, right opposite JP, who is the owner of the Stagecoach Trails Guest Ranch. I'm actually directly affected by this as well, not as much as people who do live closer, but due to noise. I walk my dogs every day, 3 times a day around the fence line, so a mile each day. I can plainly hear ordinary vehicles driving along Butch Cassidy. That's 2 miles away as the crow flies. They're another half mile further. Now, that's just ordinary vehicles. These aren't racing bikes. Now, we're told 96 decibels, which is considerably noisier than a normal vehicle, but not too bad. But multiply that by 20 or 30, and we've got a serious problem. I was on the public road and met the chap who is applying for this and recorded what he said. He wasn't happy about it. I did explain Arizona's a single-party state. He stated that there would be between 10 and 20 RVs parking there overnight at the weekends. Sounds like an RV park to me. Again, not allowed under the Dutch Flat Area Plan. One thing I would like to say is that I wouldn't like to be on a trails bike, losing control, heading towards a barbed wire fence. That's not going to end well. I've got personal reasons to be very grateful to the Yucca Fire. They saved my hand some years ago after a nasty run-in with a chop saw. It took them an hour to get there. At the moment, well, Yucca Fire no longer exists, basically. There's no EMTs or anything. People are going to get hurt on this. One thing I would like to say, on his application, the applicant states that without this zoning change, we ourselves as locals will not have an income. I note that both him and Mr. Ware did not give their residential address. They don't live out there. They are not locals. Mr. Ware lives in Bullhead. He lives in Scottsdale, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Shelley Funk. We have Shelley Funk. And following her is Travis Pease.
Hi, Shelley Funk, 40 Clearwater Court. Yeah, sorry, short. Yeah, I do ride a YZ125, and we were talking about economic growth. Well, this isn't about economic growth. We put parks in communities. This is another park for families and families to get together. You have all these problems about side-by-sides and racing out there. We're talking about a watered track. We're also talking about safe. It's a controlled environment for families to get together and let the little kids on their Stay-Six with these electric bikes grow and learn. You know, you're backed up to all this vacant land. We can't help dust and debris, but what we can do is control the environment, keep people in one area, watered area, you know, these roads you're complaining about that are being driven on too much, so you're gonna tell somebody that they can't drive up and down the road a whole bunch of times? That's a public road. It's still public road. We don't tell people that they can't drive through a community. So I'm, of course, for this. I think if it's in a controlled area, it's great for the community, it's great for the entire county. We all want something like Western, which is north of Kingman right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis Pease. Followed by Lorraine Cuffin.
How's it going? I'm Travis Pease, Lake Havasu, 3265 Medicine Bow Drive. I just wanted to show some photos today of a watered track so you guys know what it looks like. Motocross riders don't like dust as much as the next people, so the whole dust issue is kind of ridiculous. Also, people going down a dirt road with a trailer and bikes don't go very fast. They don't want all their stuff in the back of the truck all over a trailer. So anyways, here's one off the images. I don't know if that's gonna stay. You guys zoom in on that. If you can see here, the center of the track is super watered. There's no dust. It's not gonna fly anywhere. Like, I just don't understand their issue on it. Motocross riders don't like dust. It's pretty simple. Also, I'd like to address the issue on the barbed wire fence. That's totally false. The barbed wire fence is for security purposes only. Most motocross tracks have one to keep people out so people don't trespass. The actual track would be so far away from the barbed wire fence and restricted to anybody that was in the park. We definitely need this for our community. There's more. This is an off-road community. It's Arizona. It's not California. There's many states and many people that move out of that state to come here and be able to ride. And the other issue too, this is it's dirt bikes. It's not UTVs, it's not ATVs. They don't make as much dust. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Keffany. Do I have that right?
Good morning, or it could be afternoon. Thank you for allowing myself and my spouse to be present in regards to opposing what I like to say a younger generation's ideas are today. We are the retirees, and I noticed that a lot of people have talked about different remedies of what could and how we can improve our area, which we purchased. We like to stabilize and try to develop our 40 acres as how we can develop and earn our investments into that property. It's not a lot that we have, it's just for our immediate families, for them to grow with us currently. Yes, they're all out, still with their jobs and education, but that's a peaceful area, and I'm glad that individuals, our president has actually been here present to actually hear what our differences are, but really the reason why we've located Yucca and Stagecoach property is that it's considered by law a residential area. And we don't need to make any more changes. I think we have to live by what the bylaws have been given to us, and improving something like new ideas from the younger generation. I'm sorry I'm saying that. I'm way past 60, so retiree is important to us. And I thank you so much for listening to people who are trying to stay within our cause as retirees. That's who we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Darlene Himes, is it? Dalen Himes. And next will be Dino Damara.
Yeah, it's Dallin Hymas. I own parcel 245-13008. I also have a home in Havasu. I'm here more or less because trying to support Kobe and the whole track. And the big issue is you're also, you know, there was also some stuff talked about me already earlier. I actually have a personal track that I just go right out there and ride with my family. The reason I'm in support of a track is because, for one, the economy. I mean, there's people complaining about jobs, no restaurants, police, security, all of that. With business, with anything, it's going to bring in the support, you know, jobs can be created from that. Also, some money can come in and maybe get some security. There's a lot of complaint out there about security. There's also a lot of complaint about dust out there. To be honest, I've had moto machines my whole life, and I rode out there all the time. I rode out down those dirt roads. I rode down all those trails all around the houses out there, creating dust. I honestly thought I was doing a service to people by corralling me and my family and my local friends to a track and just hang out there and just be there versus going around everybody's property, because it does create a lot of dust, but there's dust being created daily, and it has nothing to do with the tracks. It's trails and roads, dirt roads out there. Like, there's going to be dust. So I see the good economic value in it. And then I also see the fact that you're corralling everybody into one spot versus, you know, having random people coming from everywhere. I mean, you've graded roads. We've graded little spots for people to pull out and park their truck and trailers that come from Washington, Idaho, Cali, wherever. We're just a bunch of locals that are going to ride out there no matter what. The difference is we could ride out on our track, or we could go ride, you know, on all the trails and the dirt roads behind everybody's houses, which I think is a lot more inconsiderate. So I'm just very for it, and I just think it's a very positive thing for the community to have, you know, potential jobs and everything else. So appreciate your time.
Thank you. Dino DeMaria.
Yes, DeMaria. Good morning. So I did have my own motocross track in Palmdale, California. And I did have neighbors. It was actually nestled like within a little community right around the town of Little Rock. And my neighbors were not opposed of my track in the fact that it kept everybody, like the last gentleman said, confined to one area that was controlled, and we weren't tearing up the rest of the desert. Right now here in Mojave County, your desert's pretty much a free-for-all. All the pictures of the side-by-sides and the dust prove that. But I'm totally for this track because it would confine us and give us a place that was a safe environment, very well watered, and it would help that part of the environment. And we are not side-by-sides. A side-by-side creates 10 times the amount of dust that a dirt bike does. For one, it has 2 more tires that are, you know, 5 times as wide as a motorcycle tire. And as far as the side-by-sides, I work at Best Motorsports in Lake Havasu City. Lake Havasu is growing at a tremendous rate, and it seems like everybody that's moving there is buying a side-by-side, and that problem is not going to go away. The dirt bikers is a much smaller scale, and like I said, we run on a closed course that is extremely prepped and watered. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I'm absolutely for this track. I think it would be great for the community. And then I keep hearing residential, but the fact is this property is way out in the middle of nowhere. So that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you, community, for your letting me speak.
Thank
you. Can I get your address, please, sir?
Oh yeah, my address is 1100 Riverside Drive, Lake Havasu City.
Thank you.
Chairman Jacks, I just again like to remind the audience to be quiet until it's their turn to speak at the podium.
Yeah, we really appreciate that, getting through this. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak on this item? We've gone through all of the slips. I guess we haven't.
Just 2 more.
Have John Molater wishes to speak, or will donate the time. And following him is Karen Gray.
Hello, my name is John Molitor. I'm a retired fireman, paramedic, and a combat medic in Iraq. I'm for this motorcycle track, and this has given me hope in life. I was supposed to be dead last year. I have a rare disease, and this has given me a hope. I used to ride motorcycles a long time ago, and I live at 2964 North Melody Street here in Kingman. And I was a paramedic here in Kingman. And the reason why it takes so long for an ambulance to come to Yucca is I worked out of the station here. It's because it takes 22 minutes from this ambulance station on Rutherford to get to Yucca, lights and sirens. And per guidelines, you have to have an ambulance that standbys at every event, whether it be at the fairgrounds, a rodeo, your monster trucks, whatever event, you have to have an ambulance standby. So that brings revenue to your Yucca Fire Department, which has been going through its ups and downs lately. And you can get your ambulance service, from Yucca, a little revenue to hopefully get them starting to work again. I'm sorry, it's my disease that makes me talk funny. But you can bring revenue into your fire department. No one's mentioned the revenue here. And it's kind of sad. You got the burger shop over there. These riders, what if they're hungry? Where would they go? They're going to bring revenue over to your guys' revenue shop or to your restaurant. And that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions before I hobble up?
Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Karen Gray.
My name is Karen Gray. I'm not going to give my address as a public record, but I do have a handful of receipts from the treasurer from just paying for my parcels out in the county. I don't live in this area. I don't even care about the issue. Well, if it were in my area, I'd be opposed, but I'll just say I don't care about the issue. Here's my concern. The commission asks people to thumbs up, thumbs down, to waive their time if they're opposed. We know that they're all in opposition because it was people that were opposed, and people raised their thumb and they didn't come up and speak. My problem is, what is that going to be on the record? I am a big open meeting law, public records, like, let me tell you, Nevada hates me because I know their law is better than them. I'm learning yours. So I don't know what your record's going to show. People opposed. A lot of people did not come up here and say, my name is so-and-so, I opposed, I ditto everybody what they said. So what is that person's testimony going to show on your record?
We have a public slip for each one with their position on it.
What is the agenda minutes going to show? I guess that's my concern, so that I can go back later and say, so-and-so was opposed. While they didn't speak, they did, because they thumbs up and said, hey, give my time, I do oppose. That is my biggest concern to everybody. Always just come up and say, this is my name, I ditto him. Otherwise, you're not on the record. Are they going to be, and I mean the official minutes record, as therein is my concern.
Ma'am, we need your address for the record.
Is that, excuse me, is that by open meeting law requirements?
It's one of the requirements for speaking at the public meeting in Mojave County, whether it's the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Board of Supervisors.
So it's in a ordinance or a statute?
It's required by the Board of Supervisors, yes.
So I'm just wondering, because if I file an open meeting
You can either
law,
give your address now, or you can, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, though. That's
Legal
not what this
counsel's
is for.
telling you to do it, so do it.
Either do it or go sit down. Those are
if
the
I don't give my address, will my comments go into the record?
No, because you're not supposed to be speaking without presenting your address.
I'm just want to know,
Not
because I'm
only
going to go
that,
back and
ma'am.
file open meeting law if my comments are not.
Ma'am, you are extending a meeting that is already past where it's supposed to be, so my suggestion to you is to sit down.
Seconded.
I think I'll give you my address, and then I'll file the open meeting law. My
Chairman
address
Jacks.
is 16661 Kingman Drive, Dolan Springs, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get the zip code right, but I think it's 86441. That's where I own property and am building a house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item 11A? Okay, having heard none or seen none, we'll close the public hearing. Does any commissioner have any questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, has anybody mentioned dust at all today? We could hear that 30 or 40 times. That's the reference. That's the reference. That's why when there's a large meeting, big audience, and a lot of items, we don't want to hear the same thing over and over. I mean, it's redundant and it's not productive.
Moving on.
Are you ready for a motion?
Chair will now call for a motion on item 11A. Do we have a motion for item 11A?
I make a motion that we deny this permit.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Gillette for a deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Martin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We have one opposition.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Well, motion has been denied for item 11A. That moves us on to item 11B,
Never met.
which by itself,
All right. Commissioners, item number 11B is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 123-31008 from an AR 36A agricultural residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone to a CRE 36A commercial recreation 36-acre minimum lot size zone to allow for an off-road recreational facility in the Yucca vicinity. As I mentioned the last time, there were 43 letters of correspondence, 23 in opposition, 20 in support. There were 4 within the 300-foot radius, so that will trigger the 4/5 vote at the Board of Supervisors for the rezone. Staff's original recommendation was for approval, but given your recommendation for denial of the plan amendment, this would therefore not comply with the general plan nor the Dutch Flat area plan, so our staff recommendation will be for denial.
okay, we'll open a public hearing. Does the applicant have anything else to say on this particular item 11B? No.
Mr. Chairman, I was under the impression that if we denied 11A, 11B would no
It
longer.
is. It is. I'm just making sure we don't have anybody that wants to speak on the item. Commissioner Martin?
I think the speakers and the people need to be aware that this still does go to the Board of Supervisors, and your attendance would probably do you good. Okay.
Please, please be polite at that meeting.
Hang around for the rest of this.
So I'm assuming that all of the people that have spoke today, they spoke for 11A and 11B at the same time. So those things have been covered, and unless anybody has any objections, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Commissioner Jacks, I just want to be clear, because the item 11B is on the agenda, if anybody does want to speak, I just want to make it clear that if somebody wants to speak, now is their opportunity to speak on 11B.
Absolutely. Do we have anybody come on down if you'd like to speak on item 11B?
I thought we killed this horse.
My name's Mike Cervillo. I live at 2032 Sissio in Yucca. We would just like to make sure that this board understands that we have an area plan. That area plan was put together by 2 of our supervisors and many other people from our area. It is the lifestyle. That area plan set up the lifestyle that we invested in. That area plan says, if you buy this piece of property, from now into the distant future, this will be rural agricultural. And it also set out places in that area plan for schools and churches, fire departments, community centers, community wells, because it's so rural. And it also set out places for shopping, for stores and gas stations. This community plan, the Dutch Flat Plan, is one of the best documents that we have, and it allows people to understand what they're buying into. And I recommend that you all take a look at it. It's an excellent document put together by 2 of your supervisors, and we would like to stay that way. I'd like to talk about ambulance service rather quickly. We have a fire department in Yucca proper, in the town of Yucca. It only functions 3 days a week. It does not have an ambulance service. Our ambulance service has to come from Golden Valley or Golden Shores or somewhere in between. And on the other 4 days of the week, our fire protection has to come from them too. So I hope one day I get to sit down with you and talk to you about the forward-thinking community that you're looking at today and how we want our community to grow, because we have a great community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Ware, property 123-03070. I'm just going to address exactly what he said there, that there's no way that they could be on mark with their Dutch Flat Plan because they've been in violation since 2009. They've been illegally grading and diverting water, been illegally diverting and grading for 13 years. They did not have a permit for 13 years up until October 18 of this last month. They just got it on the 20th. They got a half-baked grading road maintenance permit. They're still in violation from all the water they've diverted and properties they've damaged out there. So when it comes to that, they aren't following their plan, by far. When it comes to the ambulance service, here's what I've been told by the Yucca fire guy, that because that POA can't get themselves together to get 51% votes to pay a tax for fire, they ain't getting it. So we're all left. Even me, private property owner out there, I'm stuck until they get their stuff together. They haven't gotten it together on the roads. They haven't gotten it together on the fire
I think
department.
this is something for the building department, not planning and zoning.
You know, you guys are planning and zoning, so planning and zoning approved them to be a POA out there at one point, right? Somebody did.
But the violations that you're referring to.
Well, yeah, I just think you need to know that the violations do exist. I mean, that them standing up here, their representative saying that that's not true is false. He can tell you right here that it's true. I guarantee you, Jeff can tell you it's true.
I would just ask.
Okay. Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Ware, are you done? I would just ask that we keep the conversation here cordial and not try to speak over one another. You can make your piece, but there's no reason to speak over the commissioners.
I agree. I was simply trying to stop being interrupted. Thank you.
Okay.
Jeff can clarify for you that they're in violation. He knows they are. He can guarantee you he knows they are. They were. So that does have an issue in the way they operate and the way they come up here and represent themselves, because they represent themselves as they're the stewards of this area. And the fact is, they're 13 years in violation of illegal water diversion.
Sir, we have no control over who's in violation and not.
Mr. Chairman?
I understand.
That's not a commissioner's responsibility.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would point out that the property owner association's permits or lack thereof is not on your agenda. It's not an item before you, and what's before you is the race.
That's correct. So thank you for your comments.
That's fair, yeah. I was just responding to what was brought up about it. Thank you.
Yeah, and go have lunch.
We're all hangry.
Lord Pierce Doyle again. I'd just like to thank the board for their decision on 11A. I realize you are like a football being kicked from one side to the other. But I would also like to say that we are not against commercial development on the Stagecoach Trails. I live opposite the commercial development. The Stagecoach Trails guest ranch is right across the road from me. Wonderful neighbors. Now, you were told by Mr. Ware they're out there with ATVs and skeet shooting. Well, no, they don't do skeet shooting. I know from personal experience. They're out there on ATVs. They go on the BLM land, which borders them, and they are very respectful of that BLM land. We do need commercial ventures out there, but they need to be in keeping with the area, not a racetrack right in the middle of a residential area. And I would like to thank you for your decision. Eventually something's going to come up again. If you could keep in mind the type of business it is, that's fine. If somebody wants a racetrack, no problem. I race myself, I don't race out there. If somebody wants a racetrack, they can put it next door to them rather than us. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, Chairman.
Yes.
We have voted on this item, both parts of it. We are on item 12 now.
Commissioner Kelly, I hate to interject.
Let's hear from the staff.
It's been agendized, and so it has to be dealt with. A recommendation can be made on either or both items, and those recommendations would be passed on to the board. My prior indication that item 11B is dependent on the passage of item 11A is that it won't be legal for the board to pass 11B without first passing 11A. And so the commission does need to pass a recommendation on each of the items to the board. As silly as it seems to go rehash it over again, I understand, but it's been
Make a motion,
agendized.
we deny 11B.
Second.
I'll second that. Can we close out the public hearing on 11B?
If you have no other people signed up to speak for it, yes, you're.
I have one person there that wants to speak.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Randall Barrett, P.O. Box 197, Lot 1026 in that development. From everything I've heard here on the A portion, what I see that stands out is, yes, you can water a track down and cut the dust down, but it does not have to have high-speed vehicles driving down our roads to cause damage to the roads. It will be a huge impact on those roads, no matter how slowly they drive, and the noise does travel across these flat plains and is severe for impact to all the residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Payton speaking again. Did anybody go on a
Address, I think, sorry.
1896 Gene Autry Trail? Did anybody look at the website that Mr. Colby proposed, the Sundown Motorsports? Are you guys ever aware of seeing one or know of one?
No.
Are you talking about the racing itself?
His proposed track that he wants to make and everything that's been said in guidelines to it versus what was said up here today by himself.
What is it? What's the website?
Sundown Motorsports, what is it, Colby?
My husband was involved in a lot of
pardon me, he's
motorcycle
left
racing,
already.
so I totally understand.
Say again?
I said my husband was involved in a lot of motorcycle racing, both dirt and track, and I understand totally.
Well, that's not what I'm addressing. I'm addressing if you guys have seen his website on what I want to do.
I see
and
that all of
everything
you
that
are
he
going to
said.
lunch. How nice.
Okay.
No.
Thank you for your comments.
We've only received what he's presented to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually, they've gotten that. Board of Supervisors.
All right, any other comments? We're going to close the public hearing.
Enjoy your lunch, ma'am.
Thanks.
All right, the public hearing is closed, and staff says we need to have a motion on this item.
We did.
Yes.
Item 11B, right?
Yes, we did.
We did?
The public hearing was not closed yet.
Oh,
I'll make a motion that we deny 11B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Second aye.
It's denied.
Hang around
around for the...
Okay, so that brings us to, we still have probably another hour's worth of agenda items.
12 more items.
What's that?
12 more
12
items.
more items, but I think they'll move rather quickly. We don't have any other things. Do you want to take like a 5 or 10 minute break and get it done, or you want to take a lunch?
I would like to take a 5-minute break.
Take a short break?
Mr. Chairman, I have an appointment at 3 o'clock in Lake Havasu City that I
Okay.
will have to make, so I would like for you to take that into consideration.
Let's take a 5-minute break and finish up. 5-minute break and we finish up. Yeah, it's on. There we go. Let's see if we can get everybody back and reconvene. I saw Commissioner Kelly go out the door. I'm not sure.
He said he was going to get McDonald's.
I was going to say, did you see 12A and B and C? These are for 12.
12, yeah, 12A, B, and C.
Can I help you with anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
We're just getting ready so that when I have to leave, I'll be ready to go.
There he comes. Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene and get started. Okay. So moving on with item 12A by Hunter White.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Item number 12A is an evaluation of a request for a rescission of Board of Supervisors Resolution 2002-017, causing assessors parcel numbers 318210006 through 038, 059 through 070, 058A, 088A, 090A, 091 through 097, 101 and 102 to revert from a CRE commercial recreation zone back to an RE residential recreation zone, having not met the conditions of approval in the Meadview vicinity. The site was conditionally approved for a rezone to CRE, the commercial recreation zone, to allow for a dude ranch and tourist recreational area by the Mojave County Board of Supervisors on March 18th, 2002. The vesting of the CRE zone was conditioned upon completion of a site plan and the improvement of the site within 1 year of approval of the resolution. As of the state, a site plan has not been submitted, and the site has not been sufficiently improved for the use that it was initially approved for. As a result, the staff is recommending that Board of Supervisors Resolution 2002-017 be rescinded and the zoning revert to an RE residential recreation zone.
Okay, thank you. Open up a public hearing. We do have several people that wanted to speak on this. Noah Stansfield. If you give us your name and address and limit your comments to 2 minutes.
My name is Nash Stansfield. I live at 12375 North Holstein Drive. I own the ranch that surrounds this project, I guess. It was never, the guy who owned it previously, there's some helicopter pads in there that they talked about as an accessory. They're required to have agricultural use with that if they're going to put helicopter pads in there. And that's why they were allowed to do it previously, is because the guy owned the ranch as well, and now I own it. I have 2 of my main waters for my cattle right there. That would be conflicting with the guest ranch as well, you know, horseback rides and four-wheelers and everything. It's kind of a corner, as well as they would have to probably blade in a new road to access it because they have to go through multiple other property owners. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. We have David Sanders.
My name is David Sanders. My residence is 17238 North 44th Street, Phoenix. However, the majority of my time is spent working up in Meadview. The Board of Supervisors, in my opinion back then, did the right thing. The prior owner to the ranch that I work at, his name was Nigel Turner, and he always did things first and then got the blessing. And like what Mr. Stansfield said, the only reason why he could put a helicopter pad in there was because he owned a ranch, and he said he was doing it in conjunction with the ranch. Emmett Sturgill, the previous rancher that was up there, spoke on his behalf to allow that because technically he did own a ranch. However, his motivation behind putting helipads there was to provide helicopter tours. He then, because there was no structure built there, he then went down and in 2002 consummated a deal with Dale Smith's estate to buy the ranch that I currently work at. And he pretty much started following the code and everything. So I know I'm running out of time. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
I have a question.
Comments?
Yes, sir.
Are you guys in favor of this recommendation that the county has made to rescind this?
Now, when you say rescind, are you talking about the original?
Maybe if someone on staff could help me.
Would revert.
Okay, the BOS, from what I understood, they reverted it back from commercial to AR?
No, so what this resolution would do, so what the original resolution did in 2002 is that it rezoned the properties from the RE to the commercial recreation zone. What this recommendation would say is that we're recommending that that resolution be removed and that the zone go back to the RE. However, I would tell you that item B, 12B, is a rezone to put it back to the CRE.
Exactly, so there's the confusion that I have.
So basically what's happening is it's basically like a procedural thing. We have to rescind it because the original resolution is essentially expired.
Yes.
And then have to put it back. So this resolution alone would just put the zone back to RE. But the following
Commercial
items.
Or, okay, agriculture.
Yeah, basically.
So then, if I'm opposed to the overall plan, I should be for this?
I would let them.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So this item is to rescind the current zoning that was placed. I believe the speaker wants to speak on item 12B and probably 12C. Those are the new proposals. This one just rescinds the old proposals.
Yeah, both speakers signed up for A, B, and C.
So is it kind of like the last one where if A doesn't go through, then B and C will not go through either?
No.
Pretty much.
No, Mr. Chair, Commissions. So this one, the current zoning of the current item before you would bring it back to its original zone. So it's taken away what was previously approved because they did not meet conditions. So regardless of, so essentially this has to be taken place because the conditions were never met. It's up for rescission. 12B and 12C are completely separate items, essentially, and can be decided upon on themselves.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would also like to point out to the speaker, I don't want you to be confused in that it doesn't go back to AR. The original it's going back to RE, which is a residential recreation, just so you're not confused by it going back to AR.
Okay.
It was not AR to begin with, so this
Okay.
will take it back to residential recreation.
Okay, so then this one, well, evidently, I apologize because it's fairly confusing for me, and this is the first time I've ever done this. So I'll go sit down and comment on B and C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close public comment. Do commissioners have any questions or comments at this time on 12A? Okay,
I have a question for staff.
say yes.
Did the person that have this permit, did they just want an extension? What's changing that we are trying to revert it back and then they're applying again?
So when it comes to the original resolution, we required that they improve the property within a year, and that was in 2002. So really the rezone has been, hasn't been active since 2003. So really for them, and then on top of it, I believe the property has changed hands as well. So because of that, we need to do the housekeeping of getting, going back to RE and then having the new proposal come forward.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, looking for a motion on item 12A.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, who is it?
Over here. Somewhere over
Oh, okay.
I was, he was, so go ahead.
All right, so we got Commissioner Hassett with the motion and the second.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Gillette. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. That moves us on to item 12B.
Item number 12B is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel numbers 318, 21, 017 through 026, 085A, 088A, and 090A from an RE residential recreation zone to a CRE commercial recreation zone to allow for a campground, including a picnic area, horseback riding, and other accessory uses in the Meadview vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay. Thank you. We'll open up the public comment. Do Mr. Sanders or Mr. Stansfield want to make any comments on item 12B?
Do I have to repeat David Sanders and my address? Okay, 17238 North 44th Street, Phoenix, Arizona. However, I mainly reside up in Meadview at the Grand Canyon Western Ranch. There is no infrastructure that exists there except there are, okay, that's on the C part, excuse me. On the B part, what I'm trying to figure out, how would they get water to the property? Also, they would probably have to construct a new road, not going through some other property that is just in the front of it, according to the old cattle roads that were up there, the BLM. I'm not necessarily opposed to that. It's just why rezone it to commercial if it has that many issues. That's all. That's not my big point. My big point would be on C.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Yes, sir. I'm Nash Stansfield. I live at 12375 North Holstein Drive, Kingman, Arizona. Sorry for the confusion on the last topic. This is the one I was more concerned about with public and the hunters and myself with my cattle, conflicting with a guest ranch there. All the traffic coming in and out, we already have enough accidents on roadways, and they'd have to rebuild a new one, as well as people kind of pushing my cattle off of the waters, as well as that's the way there's a lot of hunters and other landowners that go in through right there, and if they were driving right through the middle of a guest ranch, because the only areas they own would be right there, you know, it would cause quite a lot of conflict. So thank you for your time.
I have a question. So your cattle are drinking water that is on this property, is that correct?
No, ma'am. Just past this property is where the water is, but there's only one access road, and the guest ranch would be right next to that access road, and it kind of butts right up against where the water is for the cattle, and so the commotion and the people and that sort of thing would be my biggest concern, but the water for my cattle is on the other side of the property.
So what you're saying is the activity would create a problem for your cows?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does the applicant have any comments on this item?
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Tackett Hicks, Honorable Chairman, Commissioners. I made this request on behalf of the owners. So this is not going to be a dude ranch. In 2002, this was the start of a dude ranch with, Dave indicated was done with
Nigel.
with a previous guy, Nigel, correct, and a partner. I was not involved in the 2002. But regardless, it was never developed for that, which is why we had to rescind that. The request now is much smaller in terms of all the lots required for this. It is intended to be used as, not as a guest ranch, but as a picnic area, and the next item will show helicopter use on those pads. I specifically processed an SUP for helicopter use for this, I think in 2016. So this has nothing to do with the existing grazing leases that are there. All over Mojave County, we have uses. In fact, the last stop has helicopter pads in the middle of grazing leases. Those, I don't see any conflict there. This is going to be used for potentially a dry campsite, picnic areas, a check-in building for people, maybe horseback riding. It is an isolated area. The rezone is required to a CRE. I don't think you do RE anymore, but the CRE is a commercial recreation use. It was already that for many, many years. I would ask for your support. I'm happy to answer any questions, but it's not a full-time guest dude ranch like the Grand Canyon West is.
Any comments, questions?
I just have one question.
Yeah.
He's talking about a problem with cows who obviously don't see very many people. Is there a way that you guys can work it out?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's lots of developments that have grazing leases. Grazing leases are authorized. He doesn't, I'm assuming this is a grazing lease with the federal or state government. Right. So all over Mojave County, there are ranchers that have grazing leases on that. So it's not unusual. If there's something that we would have to do, I mean, we absolutely would look at it. I'm aware of the water hole he's talking about that's further up. The cows don't use the road, though. Okay, it's not like the cows are going to be using that road, and we stop short of going to the water hole. The water hole is further down that road. So I'm not sure of the real conflict. But would we work together? Well, of course. I mean, we have to, but we do it all over the county. This is not unusual.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Right. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Okay, closing the public hearing. Any further questions or comments by commissioners?
I just want to say, tell the young man that spoke earlier that there are 4 conditions tied to this staff recommendation, and one of them has quite a bit of items that need to be performed. So again, just to remind you, because we pass something or don't pass it, it still goes before the Board of Supervisors, and they still have the final say.
Okay, thank you. Chair will now call for a motion on item 12B.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept pass 12B with standard conditions.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gillette. Do I have a second?
Second motion.
A second by Commissioner Abbott. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 12C by Hunter White.
Item number 12C is an evaluation of a request for a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 318210888A to allow for 5 helipads in a CRE, commercial recreation zone, in the Meadview vicinity. The Board of Supervisors has previously approved 2 resolutions, BOS resolution numbers 2002-18 and 2012-050, to allow for similar helipads. However, both of those special use permits have expired. The special use permit is required for a helipad per section 37A1. Staff does recommend approval with standard conditions, as well as the added note of they will need to comply with all applicable provisions and requirements of the FAA.
Thank you. Does the applicant have anything else to present?
Honorable Chairman, Commissioners, Kathy Tackett Hicks. I would say we're in agreement with those recommendations. Absolutely, FAA approval have to be granted. After the long COVID stop of a lot of those tourist areas there, I think all those are being looked at again. So yes, we are in agreement with the staff recommendations and would ask for your approval.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on item 12C?
David Sanders, 17238 North 44th Street, Phoenix, Arizona. I still have an issue with where they're going to get their water and the sanitation, but I'm sure that the county is going to make sure of that. And I also just want to make, in which Kathy, she already knows about a special aviation permit. The other thing is the traffic patterns have changed when that special aviation permit came in. And the flight pattern that they fly goes right over that area. So thanks for your time, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman, I have to go. I have to leave.
Okay. Okay, closing the public comments. Looking for a motion on item 12C.
I'll make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
I second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Abbott, second by Commissioner Gillette. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
That's your pen.
All right, item 13, Matthew Gunderson.
Item number 13 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 254-32078 from an AR 36A agricultural residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 3A agricultural residential 3-acre minimum lot size zone to bring the property into compliance in the old Highway 93 vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, thank you. Opening public comments. Is the applicant present? Do you have any comments that you'd like to make, sir? Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item 13? Okay, hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments at this time? Seeing and hearing none, Chair will call for a motion on item 13.
I move to approve item 13 according to staff recommendation.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Alexander, a second by Commissioner Abbott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 14, Hunter White.
Item number 14 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 333-29023B from an AR 36A agricultural residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 19A agricultural residential 19-acre minimum lot size zone to bring the property into compliance in the Antares vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant available? Do you wish to speak on the item, sir? Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on item 14? No. We will close the public hearing. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments at this time? Hearing or seeing none, Chair will now call for a motion on item 14.
I'll make a motion to approve item 14.
Commissioner Barlow, motion to approve, and who's the second?
Second.
And second by Commissioner Alexander. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 15. Hunter White.
Item number 15 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 333-35010A from an AR 36A agricultural residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 19A agricultural residential 19-acre minimum lot size zone to bring the property into compliance in the Valley Vista vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Do you wish to speak on the item, sir?
There's no opposition, right?
As far as we know. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on the item? Having heard or seen none, close the public hearing. Do commissioners have questions or comments at this time on the item? Hearing or seeing none, Chair will now call for a motion on item 15.
I'll make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Commissioner Abbott, a second.
I'll second.
By Commissioner Alexander. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. We have item 16. Applicant is going to ask for a continuance to the December 8th meeting. Planning and Commission will need to vote on the continuance. Is that correct, the applicant?
Yes, that is correct. My name is Slayman Alfara. Address is 1378 East Edinger Avenue, Santa Ana, California. And I'm here representing Miss Kathleen Abbas.
Okay, thank you.
Why are you asking for the continuation?
We're asking for a continuation. We believe that the continuation will provide us the opportunity to work closer with staff in order to find to work towards obtaining a resolution and a recommendation for approval. And that applies to 16A, 16B, and 16C.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll close the public hearing. Do commissioners have any questions or comments at this time? Hearing none. We will need a motion for the continuance. So we're looking for a motion for the continuance on item 16A.
Motion to continue.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Martin?
That's a motion to continue A, B, and C?
Right. Can we do that? A, B, and C?
I would make the suggestion in order to streamline things, Chairman, if you would open the public hearing on all three of them.
Can we do that?
We can do that, and then we can get a motion on all three.
Okay, so we do have a public hearing on 16A, 16B, and 16C.
Okay. Well,
Anyone wishing to comment on A, B, or C? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll look for a motion for continuance on 16A, 16B, and 16C.
Motion to continue on 16A, B, and C.
Second motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Martin, a second by Commissioner Abbott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Chairman, if I can interrupt one more time, I apologize. I should have advised that we need a date specific for the continuance so that it can be brought back onto the agenda.
Amend my motion to continue on our next December meeting, on December 8th, on 16A, B, and C.
Okay.
Before I second that, I have a question. How long was the gentleman wanting it deferred or postponed? Does that give him enough time?
Yes, it does.
Second motion.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? All right. The revised motion carries. That moves us on to item 17, Alexandra Bolin.
Item 17 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone of assessor's parcel number 20628-052B from an AR 36A agricultural residential 36-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 25A agricultural residential 25-acre minimum lot size zone to bring the property into compliance in the Kingman vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant available?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hayes called me about this, and he's out of town or he'd be here. I had a question with him. This is a 40-acre parcel he bought years ago when that area, that ranch was broken up there, and he sold off some of it. Now he has to get a rezone to 25 acres. I wondered why that is.
Staff question.
I don't want to slow this thing down, so it's an appropriate thing to do because all the properties up in that area are zoned 5 acres minimum, most of them.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Abbott, the parcel size is currently 25.26 acres.
Right.
So it's under the 36-acre minimum lot size. So at some time, the parcel was split. I would have to do some research to find out exactly when that was. But it currently is not in compliance because it was split from that 36-acre minimum.
Yes, it was, some of it was sold off years ago.
So, yeah, so doing that made the property incompliant.
Thank you.
And this would bring it into compliance.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak on item 17? Okay, close the public hearing. Any commissioners have any questions or comments? No?
I'll make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second
Motion
the
by
motion.
Mr. Commissioner Abbott, and who was the second?
I was the second.
Alexander, Commissioner Alexander. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moves us on to item 18, Alexander Bullen.
Item 18 is an evaluation of a request for a rezone for assessor's parcel number 332-16009A from an AR-10A agricultural residential 10-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR-5A agricultural residential 5-acre minimum lot size zone and an AR-7A agricultural residential 7-acre minimum lot size zone to allow for a minor land division in the Kingman vicinity. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
All right, thank you. Opening public hearing. The applicant, any comments? No? Okay, anyone else wishing to speak on the item? No? Close the public hearing. Any commissioner questions or comments? No? Chair will call for a motion on item 18.
I'll move to approve item 18 according to staff recommendation. Excuse me.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Alexander and a second by Commissioner Bartlett. Got it. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 19. Scott Poultry.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I wanted to give just a quick little precursor before we get into these items, and I hope they should go fairly quickly because we're just doing some rescissions, but I wanted you to understand why we're doing what we're doing. First of all, you know that the county has quite a bit of area plans, and with that, we also have our general plan, which creates essentially two plans. Each time that you need to maybe do a rezone, as you've seen today, there's several areas that had rezone and they needed to amend the general plan and both the area plan as well. Excuse me. With that, we're trying to clean it up a little bit to make it a little bit easier for applicants, but also to make one cohesive document that would incorporate all of the area plans into one plan and not have, in some cases, contradicting land designations, where you'd find one general plan has a designation and the area plan has a different designation. So we're looking at cleaning that up. We have a lot of good area plans out there that we'd like to continue to work with. There are also a lot of area plans that are not in compliance, that have not met conditions. The ones that you see before you today are area plans that were created in the early 2000s, and they have not met conditions, and also had a time frame in which they had to complete conditions and have not met. So we are looking to eliminate these ones as we continue to clean up the area plans and make one cohesive document, because these are not valid plans. And so as I read through them, I won't go through into much detail unless you'd like me to go in more detail with each plan. But I'm just going to read just the portion of the resolution that set it forth and move on. I do know that on item 20, there is some consideration of maybe keeping that one by the original property owners, or the ones that created the plan, and I believe Kathy is here to speak on their behalf on that plan. And I think her idea is to maybe continue that item, and then we can continue that to the next meeting. We wouldn't be opposed to that on that item when we get to it as well. So starting off on item 19, it's a evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2009-275, repeal of the Wallapai Valley Solar Area Plan, and staff recommends approval.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak on item 19? Okay, any questions or comments by commissioners? Okay, looking for a motion then on item 19.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Item 19.
Got a motion by Commissioner Martin, a second by Commissioner Abbott. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Moves us on to item 20A.
Item 20A is a evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2006-649 and repeal the Mardian Ranch Area Plan. Staff recommends that we continue this item to the December meeting per comments that we've received.
Okay, and we do have Kathy wishing to speak on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my name is Kathy Tackett Hicks. I'm in agreement with that. If we could just have another month to look at it. We just recently got back an extension from our ADWR water allocation. We got that extended again, and it's based on the Mardian Ranch plan. So I just need to put some pieces together. I'm really pleased the staff is doing this. I think we have to do it. A good portion of this plan is not going to be built, but we're still using pieces of it, so we just want to look at it. If we could please push this on to next month, maybe I'll have it figured out.
And you would be looking forward to continuance to the next planning and zoning meeting
Yes, please.
in December?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can we bundle A and B?
Please.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, Chairman Jacks, if we want to bundle A and B, I'd just ask that you open the public meeting as to B as well. And then if there's no comments, just go ahead and close it.
So we would be bundling item 20A, 20B. So opening public hearing comments on item 20A and 20B. Okay, we have none. That is closing the public hearing. Any commissioners' questions or comments? Hearing none, the chair will now call for a motion asking for a continuance of 20A and 20B to the December meeting. Do I have a motion?
Also move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Alexander. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? A motion carries.
I have a comment. I happen to live in Long Mountain Area Plan area. They had meetings with the community for several weeks. A lot of time and effort was spent on that. I would hate to see some of that stuff taken out. As an example, the 5-acre minimum. My neighbor drilled a well last week at 60 feet. He hit a gallon a minute. At 860, it was still dry. So water is a big thing out there, and one of the reasons the homeowners, I just said in all the meetings, was 5 acres minimum. Water is an example, one of them. At 5 acres minimum in Long Mountain Area Plan, minimum is very critical to remain 5 acres minimum. Roads, there's many other reasons. And Christine was in almost all those meetings with another person or two, and I admire them for letting the landowners decide what they thought they needed. So I don't know what you plan on doing with like a particular area plan. Or is it going to be incorporated? You've got so many named here, I don't know if area plan.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Abbott, so the items, the area plans that are before you today are specific ones that had conditions that needed to be met and a time frame that needed to be met. and they were not met. And so we don't consider them essentially legal area plans. and
We used to do
need to get them.
redo like Area 10 every 10 years or something, the Long Mountain area. We had a time limit to redo those area plans.
So the state statute requires that we update our general plan every 10 years. Area plans don't have the same requirement. If they were being updated, that's that I think that's great to continue to update them. When Proposition 207 was passed, I think back in 2007, it kind of put a halt on a lot of things that required planning and zoning to change designations for large areas or zoning because it could be considered essentially a taking if we change the designation or zoning on a parcel without the landowner's consent. So we haven't changed area plans in quite some time because of that. Long Mountain area plan is a good area plan, and we don't, it is not on the docket for rescinding currently. It's something that we'd like to keep and to continue to move forward with and to incorporate it with our general plan as well.
Well, we heard a lot of comments today of, I bought this because, this person bought this because. And I'm sitting here thinking, out there in the Stagecoach area, there's people that bought things that figure I'm going to retire in 7 years in there, and they want it to be the same as they did when they bought it. So I don't know how you handle this, I don't have an answer for it, but it is something that I care about. If I sold some property for people and told them it's a certain thing, I hate to see it changed if they think they bought this and now it's being changed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, if I could clarify a point here. We've got two types basically of existing area plans. One were driven by the property owners or the developers themselves, and the others were driven by the community. The ones that are before you today that we're recommending that you rescind are ones that were developer or property owner driven. Once that property owner was given, received an approval, follow-through did not happen, or they started to do some follow-through and then quit. And these are all ones that are at least 15 years old or about 15 years old. And from what we can tell, for all intents and purposes, they have been abandoned. We have not heard from anyone who owns the property or has an interest in the property or has an interest in the development. None of those people have contacted us to let us know that they are still interested in following through, with the exception of Ms. Hicks. So as far as we can tell, the property owner, the visions that the property owner has have gone in a different direction. And as you saw, we are more than willing to work with anybody that comes forward and goes, oh, wait a minute. As far as the community-driven plans, I agree with Mr. Abbott. Those can't just be struck off.
Well, it's a big responsibility. I know and understand, because I served on that general plan for a while, and area plan, but I'll leave it to you to do a good job.
Thank you. But as far as we know, these, except for number 20, were abandoned.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 21A. Scott Hiltree.
Item 21A is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2005-614 and repeal the Peacock Highland Area Plan. Staff recommends approval with standard conditions.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can you open 21B if we need to?
Mr. Chair, so item 21A is the area plan, and then item 21B is the general plan that coincided with the area plan. So the general plan amendment that we did with this area plan creation. And so it'd probably be best to keep them separate, but it probably wouldn't take too long to do them.
Okay. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments this time? No. Chair will call for a motion on item 21A.
I'll make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
Second.
Got Commissioner Abbott, motion, second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 21B.
21B is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2005-613. Staff recommends approval.
Okay. Any comments by commissioners? I'm looking for a motion on item 21B.
Motion to approve item 21B.
Chairman Jax, I apologize for interrupting again. If just for order purposes, if you could open, and if there aren't, if no one signed up, if you'll just close the public meeting, open and close it if there's nobody.
Okay, I sure will. So we'll open public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on item 21B? No? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing. And we have a motion by Commissioner Martin. Looking for a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Abbott. What was that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Item 22A.
Item 22A is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2005-612 and repeal the Peacock Vistas Area Plan. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Opening the public hearing, do we have any comments on item 22A? Hearing none or seeing none, close the public comment. Any questions or comments by any of our commissioners? No? Calling for a motion on 22A.
I'll make a motion to approve for staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Commissioner Abbott. Looking for a second?
Second.
Got a second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 22B.
Item 22B is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2005-611 and revert the Mojave County General Plan back to RDA. Staff recommends approval.
Okay. Opening up the public hearing. Have anybody wishing to make a comment on this item? Hearing none or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments? Hearing none, Chair will call for a motion on 22B.
I'll make a motion to approve 22B according to staff recommendation.
Second.
By Commissioner Alexander, second by Commissioner Martin. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 23A.
Item 23A is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2008-062 and repeal the Province Area Plan. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, opening the public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to comment on item 23A? Hearing none or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments? Hearing none. Now calling for a motion on item 23A.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Got a motion by Commissioner Abbott. Looking for a second. Second by, was that Commissioner Martin? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 23B.
Item 23B is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2008-061 and revert the Mojave County General Plan back to RDA. Staff recommends approval.
Opening a public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on 23B? Hearing or seeing none, close the public hearing. Do we have any commissioners with questions or comments? Hearing none, calling for a motion on item 23B.
I'll make a motion, we approve 23B.
Who was that? Oh, Commissioner Barlow, for a motion, looking for a second.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 24A.
Item 24A is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2006-651A and repeal the Silverado Area Plan. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, opening the public hearing. Do we have anybody wishing to make a comment on item 24A? Okay, hearing or seeing none, close the public hearing. Any questions or comments by commissioners? None. Chair will now call for a motion on 24A.
I'll make a motion to approve. It's about time on that one. For staff recommendation.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Abbott.
Second.
Got a second by who? By Commissioner Alexander. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 24B.
Item 24B is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2006-0650A and revert the Mojave County General Plan land use designations back to SDA. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, opening the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item 24B? Hearing none, closing the public hearing. Do any commissioners have questions or comments? No. Chair will now call for a motion on 24B.
I'll make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
A motion by Commissioner Abbott,
Second.
second by Commissioner Martin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 25A.
Item 25A is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2005-608 and repeal the Villages at White Hills Area Plan. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, opening the public hearing. Any comments for item 25A? Hearing none, close the public hearing. Do any commissioners have questions or comments? Hearing none, Chair will now call for a motion on 25A.
Motion to approve item 25A.
Got a motion by Commissioner Martin, looking for a second.
Second.
Got a second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to item 25B.
Item 25B is an evaluation to rescind BOS Resolution 2005-607 and revert the Mojave County General Plan land use designations back to UDA, SDA, and RDA. Staff recommends approval.
Opening public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to comment on 25B? Hearing none, closing the public hearing. Any commissioners have any questions or comments? Hearing none, Chair will call for a motion on item 25B.
Motion to approve item 25B.
Got a motion by Commissioner Martin, looking for a second.
I'll second that.
Got a second by Commissioner Barlow. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 26. Approve Mojave County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting calendar for 2022. Any comments or any questions on that calendar? Pretty much the same as this year. Okay. So we need a motion.
I think we should approve
Chairman Jacks, if you'd open the public meeting or public hearing on that first.
You don't have to have a motion?
You do have to have a motion, but you'll need a public comment, if any, and then close it if none.
Okay. So no public comments on this particular item, and we can move forward with the motion. Is that what I'm getting? Okay, looking for a motion on item 26.
Motion to approve item 26.
By Commissioner Martin, looking for a second.
Second.
Got a second by Commissioner Hassett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 27, monthly reports will be sent out after the meeting. Item 28, commissioner comments limited to announcements, availability, attendance at conference and seminars, requests for agenda items for future meetings, and requests for reports from staff. Any commissioners have any comments?
Chairman Jacks, I just have just to let you know, and I'll follow up with an email. There is a workshop agenda that Director Walsh had sent to all of you, that they are now also offering a virtual presence so that you could watch it remotely at your home. If you are interested, and I'll send this email out to you later today, let me know so that I can sign you up so that you can be a part of that.
Okay, very good. All right, any other comments? Well, after a very, very long day, we are adjourned.
Second.
Thanks, everybody.